Okay, we get started. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the City Delivery Committee meeting of Tuesday, the 10th of March 2026. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest emergency exit, and the assembly point is down Devonport Road. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, as always, could you remember to speak clearly into your microphones and only one speaker at a time for clarity, and please turn off your mobile phones. Right, I will start with ask Councillor Morris of the Mighty Papamoa Ward to open with a karakia.
Mighty indeed, thank you, Mr. Chair. He noi tātou, let us pray. He honore he kororia ki te atua. He manga rongo ki te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Hanga i te atua he nākau hau, ki roto, ki tēnā a mātou. Whakatongia te wairua tapu, he awhina, he tohu i a mātou. Hei ako hoki ngā mahi, mō tēnei rā, amene.
On, the voice is not loud enough. And now move to confirmation of minutes. The minutes of the City Delivery Committee meeting held on the 15th of December 2025. Can I please ask if there are any corrections to the minutes? There being none, I'll call for a mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Baker. All those in favour? Thank you. Now, declaration of conflicts of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest today? No, we're flying through. Right, deputations, presentations, petitions. We have neighbours from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council here with us today. Presentation on the Strand Extension Oil Spill Response Project update from the Regional Council, and I would welcome up Ruben Fraser, General Manager, Regulatory Services, Scott Robinson, Maritime Operations Team Leader, Annabelle Taylor, Manager of Sports Projects, and Dan Rapson, Deputy Harbour Master. If there's anyone else, you're right. Welcome all. I think we've given you 10 minutes, so look forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Schuller, and good morning, Your Worship, councillors and committee members, and thank you very much for having us along this morning. We really just wanted to come and give you an update about this project. We've got 17 slides that we will run through very quickly. I know that you've got the slides already, and we're particularly interested to see if you have any questions that we can answer. We would love to get your support for this project as we move through the next steps. So Annabelle will go through the slides first.
So essentially we just wanted to give you a little bit of background. Oh, sorry. There you go. Give you a little bit of background. We've been working with Tauranga City Council on this proposed development basically since 2009 when we purchased Regional House. We bought that building to consolidate all of our functions in together on one site. Prior to that, we were dispersed over several sites across Tauranga and Mount Maunganui. One of the key things for choosing that site was the access to the harbour. So we have a depot with some maritime assets underneath the building, and we go straight out onto the harbour via the current boat ramp as it is at the moment. So that was a very attractive thing. We want to upgrade those facilities so that they're safer to use, and to build a berthing area for our emergency response vessels, which Dan and Scott will talk about more.
Good morning, everyone. This is an oil sample that's going around at the moment. The biggest risk we've got at the moment is that the shipping industry have gone back to using a very persistent, very low sulphur fuel oil. So they have found a way to make that meet the emission standards, and obviously economically it makes more sense to run it on that rather than a diesel product, which is a lot easier to deal with. A lot of you might remember the Mobil spill. That was a similar product, and as you can see, it's very persistent and very sticky. So the crux of our problem is really the gear that we've got sits in the port, which would be required to on-water recover. Now, what would happen is if we are called out to go and set up that gear, we need to get across to the port, grab the gear, get to the boat, put the two in the same location in a timely manner. Currently, that's taking us between 2 and 3 hours, and that all depends on how much access or how much restriction there is on the bridge. Doesn't take into account if, in a situation, FENZ decide to restrict any flow through that traffic. As soon as that happens, we're pretty much going to really struggle to get our gear back to a location to put it onto the boat. Last year we responded 74 oil spills. Not all of them were major. We probably had one where we had to deploy gear. That means corralling it up and able to do on-water recovery. The skimmer is an on-water recovery item. For our response, we want to stop it at the source. We want to collect it on the water because it's quicker, less quantity, and we have a better chance of collecting it so it doesn't get to the beach environment. As that moves out, or the longer we take to get to it, means it's going to get closer and closer to landing on beach, on infrastructure, that sort of thing. Going back to this, like all our risks have increased. Shipping has increased, so we've got more ships coming into port. We've got more ships sitting out at anchor. So our concern is obviously now that product is being used more often. What else have we got? Okay, next slide. Yep, so as you can see, this is what we'll do. Like if we can't get the skimmer to it, we try to try and corral it all up near the shore. This is the actual skimmer itself. So it's quite a big piece of equipment, not easily moved around. It requires us to have 2 teams of people basically on standby all the time to be able to get it to the boat in time. And that's just the vessel that it belongs to. So it's quite an operation. We can't just put it off a jetty because we've got height restrictions. It's quite hard for us to, we can't just pull into the port and lift it off the side of the port there. We need a lower area like a ramp or a jetty that we can have it purposely sitting ready to go. Yeah, and as you can see, we've got tide cycles. We want to get ahead of it. If the oil's moving one direction, we want to try and scoop it up as quick as we can, so that we don't have to reset the other side. Anytime that tide's changing, it just opens the area that it can affect quite considerably. Yeah.
So this is the area we're talking about. Regional House is on the left there, so that's the building just over to the side of yours. Where the car park is, underneath there is where our maritime light vessels are stored currently, and we actually use that boat ramp now to get those light vessels in and out of the water. So the traffic as is that's currently used the boat ramp will be exactly the same with the upgraded boat ramp. It'll just be a safer and better access. Then there would be a floating pontoon out to a jetty, which is also floating about where that red writing is, for the oil spill response vessel to be permanently berthed on, and one other response vessel as well. So we're intending on upgrading and improving the boat ramp. We'd install a boat washdown bay. Now that's not for chemical washdown at all, that's just for washing salt off the vessels, which is standard practice. The rock revetment that's around that area at the moment is in poor condition, so we would be looking at upgrading that to protect the area and mitigate further erosion. As I said, the two main response vessels will be permanently moored there or berthed there, and that oil skimmer that you saw in those pictures will be permanently on the pontoon. So all they have to do is go out to the boat, lift it up with the crane that's on the boat and pop it on the boat, and away they go. So a much, much quicker response time. And that main pontoon would be fenced off for security like you see in other maritime facilities around. So this is an overview of the impact on the current area. So the blue zone that you can see there is your cycleway, pedestrian way access between the new underpass and Tunks Reserve. So as you can see, we're to the right of that. So that cross-hatch area in red is no parking zone, apart from where the car parks are. We wouldn't interfere with those. That's like just a turnaround area for the boats to get in and out on off the boat ramp and turn around. The brown area to the bottom of that is where the washdown bay area would be. So yes, the vessel and a vehicle would be parked there while the boat's being washed down and then moved off. So that's the impact. You'll see the walkway out to the pontoon there, and the pontoon down the bottom of the page is where the two vessels will be permanently moored. These are the two vessels we're talking about that would be on that pontoon. So I think Scott's already touched on this, but we expect we could get out there as quickly as 15 minutes, which is a vast improvement on the 2 to 3 hours that are currently taking them. There's additional benefits to the project in terms of an improved boat ramp from the current one, and it's in a really bad state of disrepair. The team are using it at the moment, and it's not ideal, although it is workable. We're not intending on excluding the public from using the boat ramp, so it'll be much more improved facility for them as well. The rock wall revetment definitely needs looking at anyway. There is some contaminated land in our discovery process on the site, and we would obviously be cleaning up that contaminated land that is around the front of the boat ramp area on where they used to wash down old vessels with bad product. So looking at upgrading that as well, getting rid of that. Tauranga City Council's got plans to improve and enhance this waterfront area. It's the last piece between Tunks Reserve and the boardwalk that you've beautifully upgraded recently. We see this as contributing to the value of that area in terms of definitely upgrading the boat ramp for the public. And then, of course, it's all funded by the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. We had originally intended on doing a co-development with you when you did upgrade that area, but because of our timing and different priorities of each organisation, that just hasn't worked out. So we're going ahead with this and funding the whole thing on our own. So essentially the boat ramp and the rock revetment, I guess Tauranga City Council would have had to have looked at that at some stage when they're upgrading the area. However, we're going to be doing that. So investing quite a significant amount into the area. And lastly, the processed and estimated timeframe. So at the moment, we're in pre-consent consultation has just been completed with iwi and impacted stakeholders. The developed design's ready. What we're really waiting on at the moment is the licence to occupy from Tauranga City Council. We need that before we go into the consent process. So that's just working out all of the details around using that particular area of the boat turnaround area, essentially, that comes off the point from where the boat ramp and the water finishes onto the landward side. We have a lot of infrastructure there that we have to be mindful of and work out the logistics of that going forward. So we're looking, if we get the consent this year, we're looking at tendering for construction later on in the year and construction commencing sometime at the end of the year. So that's it really, so I guess it's just open for any questions.
Hang on your 10 minutes, thank you. Any questions from staff? Elected members, sorry.
Kia ora. Thanks, guys. Hey, just a random question. In lieu of being able to make efficient time and getting over there in the meantime, are there any in situ inflatable booms in case there was an oil spill that couldn't get you there fast enough? Is there anything like that already in place?
Yeah, currently the port already has a couple of mobile booms at each end, at the north and south end, so that we have an ability to boom if it's coming down through that area. The Sulphur Point side doesn't have the same infrastructure, but most of our vehicles will have a small amount of absorbent booms in them, so that we can hopefully do something to try and stem the flow.
Mayor Mahi?
Yeah, I'm just confused about the timeframes. You're saying 2 to 3 hours. You're saying your boat's at Bridge Marina. Would you not store the booms at Bridge Marina and organise that so you can just load them straight on and go? I'm confused how it takes you 2 to 3 hours to respond at the moment.
Yeah, it's a fair question, Mayor Drysdale. The key bit of kit that we are looking to improve the timeliness of is the skimmer. So that big thing that is stored in a shed at the port at the moment. So we have to send 2 lots of people. One lot of people goes to get the boat. The other lot of people goes to get the skimmer, and then they have to figure out an appropriate place to be able to put the 2 things together. And that can be different depending on what's happening at the port, the tides, etc. And so that's having the vessels, the booms and the skimmer all in the same place is one of the main things that will save us a lot of time.
So can you not just put the skimmer at Bridge Marina and load it off the pontoon there?
No, there's no space for it there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, you have a question?
Yes, can we just go back to the map slide, please? Yep, that one. So in terms of you're looking at a licence to occupy the red squared bit and the brown, is that correct? So what's TCC using those for at the moment?
Essentially the brown bit was where we would park. The red bit's just like any other vehicle turning around in that area. So it's really essentially just the brown bit where the washdown bay is. Tauranga, it's wasteland at the moment. It's literally, there's nothing on it.
And is TCC intending to charge an occupation fee as we do around the rest of the city?
I'm sure that will be part of the licence to occupy that we negotiate.
And just in terms of you talked about the public can still get on the wharf, but then you talked about security gate. So
yes, so if you see the walkway going out to the pontoon, so that's a floating walkway, public can use that because if they want to moor their vessels or light craft on and off the boat ramp, they want to be able to tie it to something there, while they're waiting, they can use that bit. The gate would be at the beginning of the section that comes down, so that would be security fenced off from that point. So the public couldn't use the square or rectangular bit at the bottom, but they could use the walkway that goes out to there.
And in terms of the blue line, there's no vehicles going across that walkway, cycleway?
Yeah, they would have to cross to move out. But that's the case now with the car park, with cars coming around there.
Councillor Rolleston and then Councillor Taylor, and hopefully that will be it.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at that map, so the yellow ones are the car parks, I think, for public or harbour side. So is that council as well? Is that us as well? So all along there, so you talked around some of the consultation communications with iwi. Are there any claims? Were there any claims put on the iwi? And because part of my historical brain is telling me that there were some. Was there any conversation around historical claims on that land by the hapu?
No, it wasn't raised at all.
Okay, so the consultation with them is really around the impact on that whenua, and how did they feel about that?
So there are two stages to that, Councillor Austin. Initially, we were looking at doing some drilling and investigation work to figure out how to design it, and we carried out consultation with iwi and Hippo as part of that. The key concerns raised were impacts on the seabed, essentially. We did have some, and so we changed the design so that we didn't have to do that drilling, and we'll just do the installation works, and we changed the design to be the floating pontoon rather than fixed jetty. Buddy Makaiti has told us about some significance of that site, and we've carried on that conversation about how that could be recognised through, karakia, ceremonies, openings, signage perhaps, and we'll keep that conversation going.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. I'll go backwards. So carry on with the consultation. Can you just explain quickly the process that went through? Because I knew about this because of meetings I'd had next door, but I hadn't seen it anywhere else in the public. So understanding how well it was advertised, and then I believe there's been a bit of an uproar from some of the recreational users of the harbour.
So it hasn't been publicly advertised. We're still in that consultation phase at the moment. I'd probably, as well as the consultation with tangata whenua, the other key stakeholders are the residents of the area to the south of that picture that's on the screen at the moment, and then the recreational users of that piece of water, most particularly the rowers who go through that area. So we had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with both those groups of people. We talked about the process that the council had gone through to select the site, and then we talked about the particular concerns in relation to it being there. Essentially, in my understanding, the residents are concerned because they really enjoy living right next to the harbour, and they don't want to look out at more things in the water. We had the president of the rowing club attend that meeting, and we've had conversations with them about whether this would necessitate moving any of the moorings that the boats are moored on a little bit further out. He was satisfied that this wouldn't have any impact on the rowers going through that area at all.
My last question, what happens if TCC doesn't grant a lease to occupy?
Well, then we won't be able to proceed, I don't think.
With the boat ramp,
With the
certainly
boat,
not.
yeah, with the boat ramp part in particular, we would have to look at options about, whether we could still carry on with the jetty and the pontoon, whether that would be worthwhile.
No further questions, thank you. Oh, there is one, sorry. It's hard to say no to the mayor. Last one.
Yeah, I guess I'd probably disagree around the rowing, knowing that area, and I think it will be, knowing being in a single scull, it'll be quite a danger to athletes that potentially are going to run a pontoon. I'd still advocate to go and look at other options. I think my personal view is you're basically building something where there isn't a problem, in the fact that there is other ways to solve this, and I'm very convinced that if you went and had the right conversation with Bridge Marina, you'd solve your problems pretty quickly around storing your skimmer there and maybe adding 5 or 10 minutes to your response time. So I think it's just having the right conversations. I just don't see a need for this, my personal view. So.
Thank you, Mayor, to close off, and thank you very much for your time and presentation and some good questions. So, thank you very much. Right, we now, we now move to our usual business, starting with item 10.1. For viewers online, this is on page 23 of the agenda. And Craig, will you be speaking to this?
Yes, myself and others.
So are there any questions of Staff, and I understand Deputy Mayor has a question.
Thank you, Chair. So just in terms of the action on the annual resident survey, so that was from November last year, I think we've just, it seems to have got a little bit, the action that we communicate to our people, being our community, on what is going well, and in particular reduction of annual plan costs of consultants and the in-housing of sitting operations. And that's, it's been merged into the Action Improvement Work Programme that's been sent to elected members, but we were talking about what's gone out to the people of Tauranga, not to us. And it also suggests that a new communication engagement strategy will be developed by our new head of communication and engagement, Susan Davidson, who has now started, but I don't know if we've got that communication engagement plan. So I'm not so, number one, I'd like to go back to the action about communicating to the people of Tauranga what's going well and the reduction in the annual plan costs and consultants and in-housing of city operations. And I'd also like to see the communication strategy before we close that action.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any further questions? Councillor Kurak, and then Tangata Whenua member Jackie Rolleston-Steed.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 25, we've got a table there, and it's the third line up from the bottom regarding Harrier Street. Now, there's some reference there around Councillor Taylor and I visiting, and there has been some further correspondence, and I'm thinking that we need to close out this matter, and there was a memo which had some options there, and I see that as the making of a quick report to Council to conclude this one way or the other. Is that planned, or what is the proposed way to resolve this moving forward?
This matter was discussed, I think was it last week, in public excluded. I've since received a letter from Mrs. Dazzler. I've got a response here which I'm proposing to send this afternoon. I can provide a copy of that to councillors once I've sent it to close the matter.
This action is just in relation to 9.2 from the City Delivery Standing Committee meeting on the 2nd of September relating to the Tauranga Māori Business Association. So there is an update in there around a business after 5 type event where staff will be connecting with Councillor Rolleston and Councillor Schuller. It's just a question as to whether or not that has been subsequently followed up with. Uh, 9.2, 2nd of September, there's just an update from the 19th of February in red, just wondering whether or not that is still in progress.
I think that's still work in progress. I know there were some attempts to make that hui, and I don't think it just has been held, so I think it needs to remain there.
Any further questions? Deputy Mayor.
we can follow up and let you know.
Yep. Good.
Sorry. So just the breakdown of consultants by group, it says that the breakdown has been sent to the cost-saving working group. I think it's called the finance working group. Just for Councillor Crowther's, can we make sure that everyone has received that, not just the working group, because that was seen as something we should be doing. Yeah, and that's my last one.
Thank you for bringing that up. Now, if there are no further questions, I will ask for a mover and a seconder, please. Hautapu Baker, mover, and second, Councillor Taylor. Does anyone want to speak to the motion? No. Councillor Taylor, no. Any discussion? No. Okay, if I can therefore, you can see the recommendation in front of us. It's to receive. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. That is carried. Moving now to item 10.2, Quarter 2 financial monitoring on page 34 of your agenda for those online. And we have Craig Rice, Tracy Hughes, Cherie, Susan Braid will be speaking to the report. I'll let you, happy to have a few minutes to give us an outline.
Morning, councillors. You have in front of you the half-year financial monitoring report to 30th of December 25, and the team is here to take you through the key matters across OPEX, CAPEX and Treasury. I just wanted to cover off some contextual matters. The six months result shows under expenditure across the business, and this would have been expected to flow through to lower expenditure and a favourable surplus result at year end, and that's basically what you see in attachment 1, which was prepared based just on that 6-month view. However, the anniversary weekend weather event has added significant unbudgeted expenditure and affected council operations, and these results will come through in the second half of the year, and they will include the costs of recovery, the response, obviously recovery and reviews being undertaken. So a report is being prepared for the 24th of March council meeting, which will cover this off, identify kind of the expenditure impacts, future commitments, and seek further delegation to the Chief Executive to undertake the necessary expenditure. So I just thought it's important to provide that context. And secondly, in the forecast for full year, we have a placeholder forecast as a result of that event at 6 million. That is only a placeholder. It's simply based on looking at the 6-month results, and there was an estimate that there'd be a favourable surplus of 6 million. Given the uncertainty and awareness of expenditure flowing, even though there haven't been some key decisions made, we just thought it was better not to forecast a surplus at this stage, which is why that placeholder sits at 6 million. And again, that 24th of March report will bring the latest information we have on that. And just some tidy up matters. There were some corrections to the Treasury section which have been distributed, and they resulted primarily from a late internal review of debt that didn't quite flow through some of the updates, and Cherie will take you through those corrections. And similarly, the carry forwards that are in Table 3B were presented at the end of the Quarter 1 report. On a review of that, because we're so far through the year, a couple of those carry forwards are no longer required, and Tracy has an update on that to cover off. So I'll just hand over now to Tracy to take you through the operational results.
Good morning. Maybe if we just start with what Catherine finished with, which was in relation to recommendation B. So there is a change to recommendation B. This is in relation to operational carry forwards from the prior financial year. For context, just to talk a little bit about what we call the approved budget as opposed to the annual plan budget. This is the budget that the organisation uses to manage to. The only differences between the two is budget changes made either by delegation through the CE or through general managers, or decisions around this table, and that can include flow-on impacts from decisions around capital, as well as carry forwards, as we are talking about now, and sometimes individual changes that come through the year. The only other thing that changes the approved budget is a categorisation change. This is neutral and it just helps managers manage. So in terms of recommendation B, subsequent to writing this report, we've had some discussions that indicate that this far through the financial year, items 2 and 3 in table 3B are not required now, as either the work won't actually be done or alternative funding arrangements have been made in the interim. Items 1 and 4 remain, and we are requesting your approval to carry forward this expenditure and funding. These items are both what you might call quasi-capital items, and the total is 0.9 million. So in terms of the substantive operating results, this monitoring report is going back a little bit in time to the 31st of December. You'll be pleased to note that Q3 monitoring to the end of March will be presented at the end of April, so will be much more contemporary. Firstly, a reminder that most of the detail of this report is contained in the attachments. In respect of the operating results, attachment 1 provides a summarised P&L with further detail for employee costs and other operating expenditure. The challenge, as ever, with some 9,000 lines of budgeted GL data is giving you something that is meaningful and digestible in terms of variances to budget. We've provided discussion for each line item on the table in attachment 1 where there is a substantial variance. Year-to-date December results show that the surplus before gains and losses is $11 million greater than year-to-date budget. However, as reflected in Table 1, and as Catherine said, we are currently forecasting the full year results on budget. There are currently some significant underspends. However, the financial impact of decisions still to be made around the way forward for Moau is presently unknown, but likely to be substantial. Also significantly affecting the full year forecast is our expectation around depreciation of approximately $7 million greater than budget. Some discussion on depreciation is contained in this report from paragraph 24 and also in attachment 2. So that will hopefully give you some context around why it is difficult to accurately budget for organisations such as ours with large capital programs. There has been some concern around this table about the variances we've been experiencing with depreciation, and can we be more rigorous in how we plan for it, I suppose, is a question on a few people's lips. There's always more that we can do, and we've made significant progress with our methodologies in this area through the 2027 annual plan process. However, as explained in attachment 2, the number of moving parts that drive depreciation are many, and differences over time in both timing and assumptions are likely to continue to create significant variances. I'm happy to take any questions now on the operating part of this report before I hand over to Cherie.
Yes, I think that's a good thing to do. So, members, I know that Deputy Mayor has a few questions, so we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair. So firstly, can I just ask that we are clearer in definitions. I see we've got an approved annual plan, an agreed annual plan, we've got a full year approved budget, we've got an annual plan budget, we've got an agreed full year budget. So it's just confusing as to what these mean. So can we please, and this is probably a year afterwards of asking for these, because it really makes it hard for us to understand these, and the numbers are so important for us to understand. So first question is, on your full year approved budget, are you saying that those have all been approved by council? So I'm talking the 6 million additional spend from 590 million total operating expenditure to 596, nearly 597 million. Are they all approved by council? And if so, can we have an action that we get a list of when they were approved, please?
Sorry, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that what we have called the approved budget is what the organisation manages to. The only approvals required through council are changes to budget. So attachment 3 shows how we get from the annual plan through to the approved budget. Category reallocations are not required to be approved. CapEx adjustments flow through from decisions you've made on the capital program. Carry forward adjustments are what we're putting in front of you today for approval. And then there are those items that are approved under delegation.
So for the public reading this, when they read full year approved budget, that does suggest it's been approved, it's a council paper. Can we just please say that's a staff number? Because it's not accurate to say it's an approved budget, right?
If you would prefer, and I know I would personally prefer to avoid confusion, we could refer to it as the revised budget.
Well, and with a note to say it's not been approved yet, because I certainly don't feel we've approved an extra 6 million in operating expenditure. So yes, the heading needs to change, please, on that. So just then, we also, I believe, have been suggesting for 18 months that where we've got changes in increases in costs that we need to find resulting decreases. We spent probably 3 months last year finding an extra 3 million to bring our rates increase down to what we felt our people felt was acceptable. And so to me, every time we use up some of that 3 million that we've found as savings, as an organisation, I would like to see the organisation finding the savings. So we did hear, I think, Tracy, you've just said there's currently some substantial underspends. We heard that in March 2025, but then they all got spent by the end of the year. So we went from a 20 million expected surplus to a deficit. So I would like the organisation, and particularly with our new CFO, I would like, as a resolution to this, do I do that?
Deputy Mayor, I think we're just asking questions and stuff at the moment. We can debate and discuss what you're getting to now, but later, I think.
So I've still
just
got
questions of staff at the moment.
So then I've got questions on additional costs of the reset. And so we put a media release out at the end of March 2025 to say that 106 roles were going. There's been, I think, 5 media releases since then, including one from the acting CE, Christine Jones, at the time, saying that there's going to be there were 98 roles disestablished. I believe it was only about 20-something redundancies, but then there's a comment that we didn't allow the budget for those redundancies. Can I ask how that process because we've got extra costs for the reset, so why are we picking those costs up when in March 2025 we knew this was happening and it all happened in August?
You're clear on your question? So
question is, how are we just finding out about additional costs for the reset, which was put in a media release in March 2025, we approved the annual plan for this current year in, I think, 26th of June 2025, and we are now in March 2026 and hearing additional costs of the reset. And the reset was meant to be a savings.
Yeah, I'll have a go at this. So the first phase of the reset, or reset one, that was within last financial year's budget. The second phase wasn't completed until August, and there were a number of redundancy payments that potentially weren't even made until November, December. And so going into the resets, we didn't quite understand what our costs of redundancy would be. In the end, I think there were 57 actual redundancies, but the closeout report that was provided to Council in September should have all that information, does have all that information in, so we can recirculate that if you wish.
Councillor Crowther, I believe online, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. My question is just, Tracy, you used a term earlier of quasi-capital, however one says it. And I'm just trying to understand, are we talking about OPEX of a capital nature? And if so, can you also just at the same time give a little bit more information regarding those personnel costs that have increased significantly, of the error relating to how you report personnel costs relating to OPEX of a capital nature? Because I read that paragraph, I think it's 21, and I'm still a little confused on that. But I guess the first question is just, are we talking the same thing with quasi-capital?
Yes, Councillor, we are. The two items in question were the replacement of hockey turf, which I understand was a grant for capital works, and the second item was BVL renewals, which are also, of course, capital. In terms of the personnel costs, we had included some $3 million worth of capitalised salary in our total employee costs relating to the digital program. It's a matter of where you report these things, and from a whole of organisation perspective, employee costs should be reported all together rather than down in the body of the P&L where we report the digital SaaS expenditure. So what we've done is we've moved the budget that was related to capitalised salary for SaaS, and we've moved that down to the consultancy area.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions at this stage? Oh, no, not Deputy Mayor, Mayor Mahe.
Yeah, I guess I share some frustrations around depreciation and capitalised salaries, and every single time we get a report, we're told we've underestimated our depreciation and we've overestimated our capitalised salaries. So we've been here for 18 months now, and I can, every single time we've looked at results, the same issues are happening, and we don't seem to be improving. And so my question is, if we look at page 48, and there's 5.3 million, there's some other numbers there, but 5.3 million additional costs in spaces and places activity. I cannot understand this in the fact that, we know when revaluations are coming up. Do we not estimate what they may be and have a number in there? We've got a table there against other councils which shows that actually we're doing a really poor job, because the other, while it is hard to estimate depreciation, we're the second worst of the worst. And, you know, the same with capitalised salaries is we just keep getting it wrong. So we need to look at our forecasting and understand what we're getting wrong, and try to front load, or, you know, put extra in the budget so that we're not surprised every single time. Because I believe, you know, we're under delivering a capital program year to year, so therefore that should have some offset. You know, obviously timing, I get that. And, you know, we know when revaluations are happening, we should have, you know, we're never going to guess it right, but we're going to get, you know, if you think like if there's a reval happening, we'd estimate that it's a 10% uplift, and then it's a 15, and we go, okay, we underestimated a little bit. But, you know, $5.3 million in places and spaces, that's a huge percentage of what they already have. And I just think our forecasting is poor. So my question is, what are we doing so that in future periods, we're not going to see every single time we get a report, we've underestimated depreciation and capitalised salaries are lower than we expected, because it keeps blowing out our budgets, and I'm getting frustrated.
I'll let Tracy take you through the detail of what we have improved. I absolutely get it. Just an awareness that we'll wear this hair shirt every quarter, because the budget's the budget for this year and it's wrong. So you're going to hear every quarter of this year that when we report that we have under budgeted depreciation. So it will feel like you're hearing it a lot. Similarly, and it's probably a repeat, is that we under budgeted, you know, it had flowed through from an under budgeted result last year, and we have to explain why our budget's gone up so much in next annual plan. So it feels like we're on repeat. It's the same problem being presented over and over again until we move on to hopefully a much better and more successful budget for the 26-27 year, which won't have those variances. Because we absolutely agree with you, it's not helpful to have got that wrong. So we have, as I've talked about before, we have resourced up that area better. There's been a lot of work, and when work gets done, we do find errors. So in advance, our asset manager has found these additional things sitting in work in progress that will come through in the year, and we have reviewed the timing of projects and found that what was sitting in our corporate planning system has different timing. So we've done the work, we've identified the changes, and that's what you're hearing. So yeah, we absolutely get it. We're trying to do this better. What Tracy's trying to say is when you have a lot of assets, and we have 300 odd capital projects producing a variety of assets, and the data provided in the beginning by project managers rather than accountants, it needs a lot of work to get it right. And so we are focusing more resource and more time to try to get that right going forward.
I guess my counter to that is Auckland has 3 times the capital program, and they're twice as good as us with their variances. So
is that the consolidated account or just the actual Auckland City?
Well, that's from your table that you've put in here comparing our councils. You know, they blew out by about 26% over 3 years. We blow out by about 48% over, over 4 years.
And some of that movement also, it's probably not, I mean, it's useful to say it's a challenge. Some of those councils I know have not updated, say, their waters assets for a number of years. So those big surprises won't have come through their accounts in the years ours did. So, I guess what we were trying to communicate is that there is a challenge, and the more assets you have, the more challenge there are. And absolutely, there will be people doing it better, and we are aiming to be some of those people going forward.
And just follow up with that. Where's the under delivery variance back down?
So it's been all part of that exercise. So Susan did go through as part of this latest round and informing the annual plan budget for next year and looked at all the projects, expected delivery, and did that adjustment. So this is trying to net it off. There have been years in the past where under delivery has meant the depreciation was over budgeted, but we've had, it's just the timing of when those assets have come in. It's been a high delivery few years, and we got caught out.
Any questions from any other members? Tangata Whenua member Jackie Rolleston-Steed.
Kia ora. My question's just around, you've put it into your paper around probably will fall into Q3 financial monitoring around the severe weather events. I know it's a bit of crystal ball gazing as to what recovery costs might look like, but Maua on top of our head probably looking at the tens of millions. Is there going to be any potential forecasting from the existing financial, excuse my naivety, I'm not too sure whether it falls out of a OPEX or emergency works kind of related budget, but have you thought about what that forecasting might look like for Q3 in relation to recovery spend?
So what I'm saying is we're trying to bring that together actually this week to have a report for council for the 24th of March, but I haven't got all that. I think it will still be, there'll be areas of actually the kind of recovery or the action and investment that will take a bit longer to get through. And Marty, you might have some comments to make about where that thinking is at.
Well, no, other than the fact that the report on the 24th will provide expenditure to date, I think commitments to date, and what the future potential costs of remediation of the various aspects of the recovery will cost. So hopefully that'll be the shape of the report. Should be a good summary of where we are, where we've been, where we are, and where we really need to go on a financial basis.
Thanks, Marty. Do you wish to carry on? Is there more that you want to present, or you?
Nothing from me, thank you, but if we could move to Cherie for the Treasury.
Thank you, Cherie. Deputy Mayor, simple yes/no question.
So just on point 19, where we've received some funding ahead of time for Tauriko West, can we just, so that's unbudgeted revenue this year, the current draft annual plan has taken it out of next year?
The most current one has, yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. So I'll start by confirming that the net debt forecast for year end is 1.5 billion. That's $150 million lower than the annual plan budget of 1.65 billion. The main drivers for this forecast are the lower opening debt, which we've been through before, a lower capital program, the Tauriko West lump sum payment, which Councillor Scholar just discussed, and there's some offsetting matters such as lower than budgeted asset realisation and then cash flow adjustments for funding and payments. So an example of this is that subsidies related to project spend tend to flow the following month or the following quarter, depending on the agency that we're working with. So some of those payments will fall into next year's cash. So I sent through some corrections yesterday, which I've been told are in Stella now. These relate to paragraph 40 and 49 of the report, and also the waterfall charts. So what happened was we revised the debt forecast quite late in the process after actualising the cash flow management model. That process involves live forecasts, which are updated on a daily basis based on cash that's flowing through all of our bank accounts and the information that I'm getting from the business. I align this fluid information with everything else that's being reported at a point in time, and it can become very iterative and complex. So the error in the waterfall graphs that you've got in the report and that I sent through last night didn't relate to the updated forecast, but in my rush to update everything, it resulted in me just dropping a formula on the depreciation adjustment. So apologies for that. In terms of Treasury policy, I've attached the RAG status of all the measures, and we are fully compliant with everything. I thought that I would also acknowledge what's happening right now in the markets. The market is very volatile right now with the unrest in the Middle East. And over the past couple of weeks, we've been able to execute $90 million worth of forward start swaps because the long end of that curve dropped dramatically below our expected call levels. What these swaps do is they convert our long-term floating debt to fixed rates, and that helps us manage our interest rate risk on the long-term loans, but still take advantage of today's short-term interest rates. Page 67 of the report shows a chart which we monitor in the Treasury policy, and that shows our fixed debt profile. And you'll see that blue shaded layer is really close to the policy minimums at the back end, and that is what we're targeting with those forward start swaps, just to lift that up and get some certainty around that interest risk. In the last couple of days, the long end of that curve has spiked back up. So we had really good timing with those swaps last week. And we're not scheduled to make any borrowing decisions until May because we've got all of the rates cash in from the second instalment of rates. So we don't need to borrow until May. So things might settle a little bit before we need to start making any borrowing decisions. I'll take questions.
Yeah, thank you for that, and good timing on the swaps. Any questions, Councillor Taylor?
Thank you. Just a very quick one on your adjusted waterfall graph that you sent. It's just a little bit difficult to pick up the column labels because they sort of... Can you just explain the last three, please, and so I can get them 100% correct in my head?
Are you talking about the little one or the big one? The big one, okay.
Those three.
Yeah. So the last three columns being the green, orange, green, is that right?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay, so that starting from the left, the $1.5 billion is the forecast debt. So that's where I think we're going to land at year-end, given everything that I know about what's flowing through bank accounts and information that I'm getting from the finance team and the business. The 148 orange block, that is the $150 million lower than budgeted debt. And so I've just, I guess, tried to illustrate to you that that is the movement back up to the 1648 annual plan budgeted debt. Yeah.
From last year. Okay, so we're doing better than we were.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Roseboom.
Yeah, just one quick one, Money for Staff. Thank you very much for that revised table you sent this morning. That answered all the questions I had in relation to today. Has that been loaded onto the public framework? Because I'm sure our public will have the same question. Has that gone on to the TCC public agenda page? It is on there? Excellent.
Mayor Mahe.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the corrections because it's much clearer now. Just for clarification, when we are talking total net debt, we do like to take in IFF, so that is 1.6 billion, which would be forecast at the end of the year over a 175 billion total, estimated from the annual plan. But it's just important to keep that consistency when we're talking, because that's all debt that ratepayers will end up paying money on.
Morning. Capital expenditure, including OPEX of a capital nature, of 192 mil was delivered in the first half of this financial year. The full year forecast spend from project managers is $414 million against the adopted 26 annual plan budget of 502. And the full year approved budget of 481 million. Now, as usual, details of those budget adjustments actioned this financial year have been attached to this report. At the time of writing this paper, project managers across the business were working to rephase capital budgets flowing into the draft 27 annual plan. So this will result in a downward revision of the full year budget for 2026 to preempt those carry forward requests and reduce any budgets that may no longer be required to complete a project to bring it closer to that forecast spend for the year. You may recall that iterative approach to carry forwards and its benefits as was presented to councillors at the workshop on the 12th of February. For the third quarter report, when it comes to you, the approved budget should be down closer to that $460 million mark per that annual plan prioritisation material provided to elected members a couple of weeks ago. The capital program performance paper, which is up next, provides more detail and is possibly the better time to ask project-specific questions, but if you have any finance-specific questions, happy to take them now.
It appears that the appetite for questions is over, so thank you, staff. Right, so we'll just move back to the, bring this up on the table. Just bring this up on the table so we do have some recommendations in front of us. Sorry, I believe that should be 0.9. That should be amended to 0.9 on B, is that right? I thought that had been. Yep.
No, that's all good. I'll do that now. Okay.
And taken from items 1 and 4, yes? So, yeah, sorry?
Can I foreshadow and, well, I actually don't, if that hasn't gone to the table, can I recommend a different resolution?
I'm sure you can move a...
I would like to remove that we received the report, Q2 financial monitoring, and I would put a B, that any requests for additional spend and operating costs in 2025-26 are met by reductions in other areas.
Do we have a seconder for that?
Sorry, Jenny, can I just have that?
Oh, sorry, we'll just take our time here.
Yep.
Yeah, Deputy
Any
Mayor, sorry.
requests for additional spend and operating costs in operating costs. In 2025-26 are met by reductions in other areas.
Is that actually being specific to the 0.9 million?
Yes. We might need a that in front of the any.
So the Deputy Mayor has proposed an amendment here, a different B. Do we have a seconder for that? If not, that will lapse and we will go back to the original.
Yeah, I am comfortable in supporting that. I think we just need, in light of what happened with Mawao, probably unless approved by council, just to...
On the end? Yes.
So we do have a seconder there, Mayor?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
Okay, so we do have this as our motion now, moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by the Mayor. So I will ask the Deputy Mayor to speak.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've been talking about this for 18 months. We really want financial discipline. We respect the fact that staff are working. We hear about lots of system issues. I still think we need to be looking at one system that holds our actuals and our forecasts so we can get more easy reporting. We have got a new CFO in place and we are very comfortable that he has picked up accountability to really look at our numbers. But I'm just not happy that we keep hearing about In one breath, we hear that there's currently some substantial underspends, but that any overspends they're coming to council to get approved. I think it's really important for the people of Tauranga to know that when we ask them to approve a rates increase because of based on revenue and operating costs, that we really are disciplined in terms of the operating costs. We've got a cost of living crisis. We've got a lack of trust from our people about what we're doing collectively as Tauranga City Council, and I just feel that keeping a close watch on costs and providing that sort of direction to say that it's a big number, 590 million to run Tauranga City Council. I think it's really important that we do have something in place that says we don't spend above that, and if there were savings from the previous year, we should have seen those, and they should have been, hey, we've actually got 4 million of grants that weren't, I can't remember the number, that weren't spent. That gives us a credit for this year. So I would just like to put this discipline, we have talked about it with our CEO. I don't think this will come as a surprise, but I would ask for the support around the council table for this resolution.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Now, Mayor Mahe, would you like to speak to this now as well? And
Yeah, thank you. Just on Councillor Kurak's suggestion, I think we put a line through requests for, so that any additional spend, then I'm happy. So I guess this aligns to the direction we set at the annual plan, that any additional costs were to be met by other taking out costs, and I think this talks to some discipline from the organisation. If we're going to underestimate depreciation, we're going to overestimate capitalised salaries, then there is a significant impact on the organisation, because they're going to have to find that money in other areas, so that the budget ends up balancing at the end of the year. So I think it just talks to what we've already set a direction, and reiterates that point.
any further debate around the table? Councillor Morris, you're looking like you want to contribute to today? No? Councillor Crowther online, sorry, you're a very small person on my TV screen. I can't quite see you.
Fair enough. Thank you, Councillor Schuller. Just very quickly, I'm happy to support this. However, I think it'd be really helpful for us to, I've kind of mentioned it before around getting an understanding of the timing of things that come to council meetings, so we can actually work through with staff a little earlier. And I'm although I can't see you, Craig, I'm sort of looking at the COFO in my mind and kind of going, it'd be great to work through some of these issues, because I think it's putting a lot of stress on the finance team to not have that clear direction until we get to the meeting. It'd be my guess. I haven't spoken to them about it, but I just think it seems far better to work through what we want. I know we said it in the last year's annual plan, but I think it needs to be something which works through with you, Marty, and with you, Craig, so that we're always on the same page of how we handle things. We can respond to what comes up, obviously Moa being a big one, but I think at the moment it always seems we're trying to sort of pull in slightly different directions and then sort it out at a meeting, whereas it'd be much, much better if we could actually do that beforehand and make sure we're all understanding what we're trying to get at the end of the year.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Crowther. Yep, certainly I agree with that. And you'll be able to speak at the end, so you'll get a chance again in a minute, Deputy Mayor. Looking around the table, Councillor Roseburn, yes, you can have something to say if you want.
Thank you, Chair, for reasons of efficiency. I was going to keep my mouth shut. No, I don't actually support this in the way that it's currently being written. I actually supported the original B with the amendment to 0.9 million. That also gives staff direction it's basically approving carry forwards. It doesn't mean to say that they'll actually be acted on, but it gives direction to staff and where we're going. So no, I don't support this amendment.
Thank you. So we've had a couple of points in support. I'm with Councillor Crowther as well. I would have supported the original motion, likely to not support this for the same reasons, but happy for this to go to the vote. If there's anyone else wants to speak, we can put it to the vote. Oh, sorry, and of course Deputy Mayor gets to close.
Thank you, Chair. So just in terms of the resolution, I think we need to acknowledge there is a finance working group, and we also acknowledge it hasn't been working as well as it should be, and we are working on how we make that more efficient. To Councillor Crowther's comment about more information coming a bit earlier, and I think this does look as though it's saying to the finance team, but it is 100% not. It's saying to the whole organisation that this cost savings have to be found. But I wonder if we additionally have an action that the action schedule for the finance working group is reported at each delivery committee, and that's something that I think would mean that we're getting a bit more update, and we can have a working plan in the finance working group that means we actually do see when the numbers are going to be reported.
As your Deputy Chair, I would support that, so we could have that as an action, but I'm happy for you to close out on this particular resolution.
Yep, so I'm seeking support for this resolution on the table, that any additional spend and operating costs in the 25-26 year are met by reductions in other areas unless approved by Council.
All right, I think we've had a good chat. We've seen both sides of the argument, so we can put this to the vote. So as it is in front of you, obviously A is just to receive the report, so just for clarity, the B is that any additional spend and operating costs in 25-26 are met by reductions in the other areas unless approved by Council. And that was, so all those in favour? So keep your hands up for a second, please. So we have Mayor Mahe, we have Hautapu, we have Rick, Hemi, Steve, Jackie and Jen. All those against? Oh, sorry, and Glenn online, were you voting for yes? And Councillor Crowther, yes. And then those against? Myself, Rod and Martin. That is carried. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, elected members. It's my pleasure to introduce the capital performance for the end of Q2. It's currently aligned to the revised budget that you've just seen presented to you by the finance team. I'm going to start by sending my apologies because the attachment 1 was slightly wrong, and it's been amended and it's been sent out this morning. Some slight changes, nothing that major, but I do have some hard copies here, and Caroline has sent out the email this morning with the correct attachment. Thank you, Caroline. Overall, we've got 236 active projects, and they are tracking slightly under, as you've been presented by the finance team. Of most significance, 10 of those are currently overall red status, and there are 13 projects that are on hold. Changes that we're making within the CPAD team and within the capital program is we've introduced the stage gate review, and a stage gate review committee's been formed, and that's in line too with the CE KPIs. I'll receive the report as read unless there's any other questions.
Thank you very much for that, and yeah, I believe the councillors did receive that email this morning. So any questions of staff on this? Look, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry. Good to see that there's a couple of changes in the way we do things in this, and I think we've been talking about it for a while. I don't know whether the question's for you or for Marty. Chief Executive's Key Performance Indicator, something new that we're doing. Do you want to just expand on that maybe?
So one of those key performance indicators is about introducing some stage gates to the large, extra large and the medium-sized projects that we have. And so we've always had stage gate reviews. What we're doing is actually strengthening them and giving the review committee senior members of our project delivery groups, and that we have more authority to do more checks and balances at those stage gates to ensure that we're delivering value for money, and that we're looking at benchmarking and the procurement processes. So there's a lot more rigour put around to those stage gates than what we currently have had, which have been more of a financial release of funds to projects. And we're just trying to change the mindset about what budgets are compared to what the released budgets are. So yeah, a lot of work going on there, and we kick that off next week with our first stage gate review committees. We've got a list attached in the report of projects that are going through, but there may be, it also gives our review committee an opportunity to say whether or not they want to bring in other projects that may not necessarily be on the list. So we're providing a fuller list to them to choose what they bring in and out to. So yeah. Thank you.
Any further questions? You must have done a good job. Thank you very much.
No, I'm just very happy with the report. Thanks to the staff for presenting, and good to see progress taking place.
Seconder, would you like to speak now? Or?
Yeah, I'll be quick. Sort of alludes to my question to the presenter. We've been talking about value for money for a long time. It's really good to see that it's becoming part of the system. It's getting ingrained into the way we operate. So congratulations to the team. I think that's good progress in this area.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion or debate from elected members? Looks like no. So, Councillor Roseman, you're fine as well? Thank you. Okay, so I now put the recommendation that the City Delivery Committee receives the report, second quarter 2025-26 capital program performance. All those in favour? All those against? None. That is carried. Thank you very much. Yes, we will. Yep. Okay. Just aware of break times, but we will move on to item 10.4 now, and that is on page 74 of the agenda. This is
welcome to Wharapai Domain.
That's someone. Is it? Is that your ringtone? Is that your ringtone? So yes, welcome staff to talk on Wharapai Domain. Welcome.
Kia ora tātou, thank you for having us today. So we're here to talk about Wharapai Domain. The reason why we are talking about this project is because of the report that we brought to Council in December, about Aspern Port, and we were asked at that time to provide an indication for how we plan to spend the rest of the city centre green spaces budget, and so this is what we are presenting today. So Wharapai Domain and the wider Tauranga Domain, key entrance to the city centre. There's a few little issues that have been presenting themselves to our events committee, to our wider community for access and so on. We've made a little video, so we wanted to just share this little video, which is what you heard before. It's 2.5 minutes, and we'll just share that so you can just see what we're talking about, and then I'll talk a little bit more after that.
Welcome to Wharapai Domain. It's in a stunning place in our city centre, but it has some problems. Have you been to an event space here? Well, if you have, you would have noticed it's a pretty tricky space to get into. Every time we run an event here at Wharapai Domain, unfortunately we have to close Hamilton Street to get people in. There's no footpath here, and this isn't sustainable in terms of trying to get more events in the space. One of the issues is that while this entrance feels wide, it's actually really tricky with the narrowness of Hamilton Street to get trucks in and turning adequately in for events. So this is a perfect example, no footpath. And every time we have to close the road for events, it costs us money and it causes disruption to our residents.
So we're here on Hamilton Street, just looking at these cypress trees. There's a couple of failure points where limbs have broken off. They've got to an age where, they've just, like, the tree doesn't need them anymore.
Cameron Road is one of the key gateways into our city, and from up high, from the sky, it is impressive. Look at those trees. Unfortunately, when you get below the trees and at ground level, we've got some issues.
These are really important grover trees and a unique grover trees. As far as we know, there's no other avenue like this around New Zealand.
Hey, have you tried getting to Wharapai Domain on foot or in a wheelchair? It's tricky with no footpath on Hamilton Street. And this one has some rather large obstacles.
So as you can see, we've got a bit of a width issue here. We just don't have enough space for two people to comfortably walk past. Not ideal for our key gateway, let alone for accessibility users, anyone with a pushchair, let alone the thousands of people we want to flock here for events.
There are no mobility parks nearby, and the parks that are here are uneven with loose rock and exposed roots. Just getting here shouldn't be so tricky.
Do you know about the history of this place? Do you know why it's called Wharapai Domain? And do you know how old it actually is?
So now I've shown you the problems of this place. Now it's time to talk solutions. What are we going to do to improve the look, feel and function of this amazing space?
All right, thanks for watching that. Yeah. She's a natural, isn't she? So basically, we've got some planned fence renewals all around the domain. We had planned the tree removal, so cypress trees down Hamilton Street and their replacement. So those two things were planned, and that presented an opportunity to put in a footpath on Hamilton Street where there is none, and to widen the footpath on Cameron Road outside Wharapai Domain, which is currently constrained because of the way vehicles back in and then their tow bars stick out, and then it's actually quite hard to walk through. So that's the key focus. And then while we're there, there are those aesthetic and accessibility improvements as well that could be made to the tree pits. The timber surrounds at the moment, the vehicles drive over them, they get knocked out. You couldn't see it in the presentation, but when you look on, for example, in the film, but when you look on Google Street View or when you're there on site, there's bits of timber that are just kind of lying on the ground. And then, of course, you've got the gravel as well, so putting in some permeable paving, which would look tidier and would be a smoother surface for people to walk on. In terms of the budget, we've got just over $1 million which is available in this financial year. We think that we can build the majority of option 1. It's relatively simple with the footpaths. So we think we can build the majority of that before June with probably a bit of a carry forward into the next financial year to complete it. In terms of the tree surrounds and paving, we originally got a quote to just do the 10 trees outside Wharapai Domain, and the combination of the scope of works in option 1 plus 10 additional trees brings it to a bit over $1 million. And then to do all of the tree pits and all of the paving would bring it over to $2 million. And of course, since that report was written, the budget that was in the next financial year has been deferred, I understand, to FY28. So in terms of the options that are presented to you, you could approve option 1, and there's a reasonably high level of confidence that we can proceed. An alternative is that we progress with parts of option 2 subject to the budget availability that we have available in this financial year, and then could look to undertaking the rest of it in a future year when there is budget available. Have I missed anything, Emily? Is there anything else I need to add? All right, happy to take questions.
Councillor for Te Papa Ward and your rohe, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Excellent video. Set the scene. It's great. Just my main question, and it's not a biggie, it's just clarification. Obligations under the Monmouth Redoubt resource consent, how does that connect to Wharapai Domain?
Yeah. Do you want me to talk to that one? At the Monmouth Redoubt, there were 3 100-year-old trees that needed to be removed. Through the resource consent process, there were concerns from the arborists about, removing those trees, really significant trees. And through that consent process, there was a requirement to do a mitigation, and that mitigation was to be, identified by the arborists at that time. So the arborists, during the consenting process for Monmouth, the arborists, because there was this issue with these trees on Hamilton Street dropping limbs, they do not have the budget that would enable the removing of all of those trees. It's quite sizable to remove them all, grind out the roots, put in new trees. So they took an opportunity that was presented through the Monmouth consent to get a budget that would enable them to remove those trees and replant them. And so that was how the 2 projects got linked. Yeah.
I understand, but it sounds, dodgy.
Thank you for the report and the video. There's a PO there, and next to the PO is that old building. Is there any thinking about what is the future of that building? Because last time I walked up there, it looked pretty old and tired, and I know the Tauranga boxing gym used to be in there, but I'm not sure what's been in there. So what is the future thinking of? Is it, one, my first question, is it being used? And 2, is there any future thinking of what that building might look like in the future?
Thanks for the question. Yes, so it is currently being used. So Wharapai Domain is starting to be used more from a couple of sports clubs. So I understand that the football club or a football club operates out of there on the occasion. And it's also being used by event organisers as their headquarters when larger events are being run. There's obviously aspirations to make that more user-friendly for various users. And we would ideally like to improve its presentation to that really significant corner of Hamilton Street and Cameron Road. But at the moment, all we're looking to do is improve the accessibility into and around the reserve itself. There's some ideas we floated around there's a small toilet block that is tidy and usable but isn't well accessible or visually from a safety perspective, probably not fab. So could we attach those toilets to that building, for example, and actually create a more user-friendly structure? But at the moment, that's out of scope in this project.
Question. So when I did walk up there, I spotted some homeless structures by the look of it. So any thoughts how that, are we just going to work around them or make it better for them? What is the, I know that, there was some structures there, so was there any future thinking of what that might look like?
Yeah, it's a really important point. So recently there's been a really big clean-up. So staff have undertaken a large clean-up of that area at the bank and post, some pretty disturbing events that have happened there recently. We have long-term aspirations to connect the Green Necklace route, the 7 kilometre, well, I think it's 6.5 kilometre walking track around our city centre, which would include that area. Again, going to scope, it's a bigger conversation, thinking about slope stability, thinking about space and access with the current fencing that's there at the moment. So at the moment, we're looking to work around, I guess, as per your comments. But what we're hoping to do is if we can improve the access around that space, we're hoping to draw the right types of activity to the area to then deter the wrong types of activity that we're not keen to see.
We've got Deputy Mayor and then the Mayor and then we'll go to Glenn. Yeah, I've got a massive list.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 questions. The 3 metre wide footpath, does that, so on the video obviously on Hamilton there's just no room, but it doesn't impact, so that you'll just bring the fence into the park a little bit? And then on the Cameron Road, the trees are quite close. That's got no harm to the, if we're extending the footpath into, we're taking park away, not parking away. Is that correct? And does it harm the trees?
Correct. That's we'll keep the curb where it is. The path would go into the reserve. There are 2 trees that are quite close to that path, so we would need to build, a section of timber decking over where those 2 trees are.
Okay, great. And last question, just in terms of accessibility, are you looking at additional bike parks for people arriving by bike into Wharapai Domain?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you from the keen cyclists. So the Mayor and then to Glenn online.
Sorry, I just have a couple of questions. Firstly, if we had $2 million to spend anywhere in the city, is this our highest priority?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Secondly, how do we compare, we're building a shared pathway out in Papamoa. I see there's another report later when we're talking about the footpath out in Councillor Roseboom's part of the Rohi. And so just interested, how does the numbers stack up compared to those as benchmarks?
I guess it's about the stage we're at with this project. So at this stage we're after an indication, is this something you want us to continue with? Is this something you want us to prioritise? Pending your job is to look across the city and figure out what those priorities are. So we will obviously work amongst ourselves internally to ensure that we're benchmarking across all of the other footpath projects that are happening at the moment. So that will come, I guess. Okay,
thank you. It just seems like a lot of money. Thirdly, the trees. It's not clear is it the whatever trees down Hamilton Street? Yeah, cypress. So in which option is that? All options they get removed?
Correct. That is part of the planned. It's a planned operational thing so that's happening. Yeah, it's not a.
That's in option 1. The trees are removed as part of that. Yeah.
It's in all 3 options.
Yeah. Cool. And then finally, the truck entrance. We're talking about closing. How often do we close that road and use the truck entrance? And thirdly, or part of that, is that our cost or is that the event organisers' cost to close those roads?
We might have to tag team here because neither of us are in the events team, so we'll both rely on what we understand. My understanding is that the events team have a number of events per year. The really big events with 9,000 people will close the road completely. The smaller events don't need to close the road, but because there's no footpath, they have to close the road. There aren't a great number of events that are happening yearly. Maybe it's in the order of 3 to 5, 3 to 6, something like that. However, there are some events that apparently are outgrowing their venues that are looking for other opportunities for where they might host an event. And the Wharapai domain is a great option, with the exception that there is no footpath, so they'd have to close the road. And the truck reversing thing is an issue as well. For the big commercial events, those I understand we don't have any costs associated with the commercial events. However, with some of those community events, I'm less clear, and I would assume that council is providing a portion, all, I'm not sure, of the costs for those community type events.
Thank you for the reply. I have Councillor Crowther online. The floor is yours.
Thank you. It was good the Mayor asked 4 or 5 questions, because my 3 won't seem so many now. First one is just on those sort of event costs. It interests me in terms of the trade-off here, because, and I suppose the question around it is, if we were to go ahead with option 1, would that end up delivering, in your mind, quite an attractive event venue that would be utilised more and save the cost, whoever's paying them, whether it's community or council? Would option 1 be enough to enhance the facility and get more events going there?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Second question is around this Bloomin' Powerco box in the middle of the footpath there, right where we don't want it. We're saying it could be between $80,000 to $250,000 to relocate it. Well, having had discussions previously around it, I know it can cost a lot of money, so that's understood. But it does seem, in the scheme of things, for option 1, which the budget is intentionally kept quite low, but this is potentially another $250,000 on top of that. I'm wondering, has there been precedent for Powerco to actually sort of chip in for projects like this, which are going to have a direct community event benefit? Is that something that you see precedent for at all around the council projects around the city?
Probably cheaper to build around it.
Yeah, but how? I guess that's my question. Yeah, I suppose, however you feel like, how do we
just keep
deal
the
with it?
questions
Probably
to the
question.
staff, please.
Yeah. The question's really how would you see we could deal with that? Because to me that's a huge chunk of money on top of what looks like a fairly small option there for option 1.
Powerco won't come to the party to provide any contribution to the financial costs.
Yeah. And the third thing, just finally, to understand the financial considerations, points 38 onwards, I'm just trying to understand, you're saying that if option 1 was endorsed, there'd be a small carry forward. If option 2 was, that it would require a larger carry forward, you're saying in either case you'd probably get through about $250,000 spend in this financial year. It would be your best guess. Is that those 2 paragraphs 39 and 40 are saying?
The advice that I got from the project manager would be that they didn't think we could spend more than about $300,000 in this financial year.
So it's just a project timing issue, not anything else?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks, Anna.
Thanks, Councillor Crowther. And now we have, I think, 3 to go. So, Jackie.
Hi. Just wondering about the other trees across the road as well on Cameron Road. The only reason why I raise it is because, one, it's some of the hapu members from Ngāi Tamarawa were approached last year from MOJ about the possible removal of, I think they're called the London Plain trees that are right directly outside the courthouse, the Tauranga current district courthouse. And so I guess, you know, I'm a big fan of biophilia, particularly in the city, in the CBD, but my understanding is that there are huge maintenance costs at times, and those particular trees were. When I did follow up with one of the hapu members around what MOJ were proposing to do with those trees, they said that those trees have subsequently been passed on to council as that, or that they now sort of sit in council remit as to what needs to be done with them. So I'm wondering whether or not that's been considered as part of this project, and if not, is it a possible future implication for tree removal?
I have to say you've brought news to our table, so we can follow that up with our arborist team, who that would likely sit with. At the moment, we are just looking at the avenue of puriri trees on either side in the tree pits, but we can obviously have a look at those trees and see what the issues are.
I think to finish we have Martin and then Steve. We're going to get a full house. Okay, you two come.
Good morning, thanks for the report, love the video. On the trees, what's the current assessment of them currently? It's like what type of a weather event's going to cause parts or some of them to fall over and put some of us at risk, or potentially car parks? Is there a risk of them falling over if we don't get on with the removal within sort of the next 12 months?
The cypress trees? My understanding is that they are a cause of worry and concern for the arborists, and every time there's a high wind event, they'll need to check them, and they feel nervous any time there's an event there in terms of protecting people. So in the video you could see there were a few branches that are broken. I'm not aware of there being a percentage risk in terms of the likelihood of them failing or falling down, say, in the next year versus any point after. What I understand from the arborists, I'm going to do a diagram with my hands, just to be clear about what I understood from them, that the tree, would normally grow like this, and all the branches sort of have kind of an equal strength as they grow naturally, and at some point the tree was topped. And so then what happens afterwards is all the branches that grow out after that all are growing new branches on old wood, and they grow quickly, and therefore the joins of each branch is weak. And so because of that, as those branches get heavier, they are then vulnerable to dropping. And they could drop at any point, but more likely in high wind, and of course there's the risk for events.
Nice imagery, yes. So I'd say it's medium to high risk of them falling over in an event. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If I can branch out to the scope of the works. So both options 1 and 2, if we're starting at this end of Wharepai Domain, do both the scopes of works terminate where the historic gates are, or do they progress further along? Because the car parking there, the trees, it looks really untidy all the way back up to the cricket club there.
Thank you. So option 1 is just the footpaths and the accessible car parks in the driveway around Wharepai Domain. Option 2, because we identified that there was this issue with the tree surrounds and with the gravel, that applies to both sides of the road, and it affects 45 trees. So that doesn't just go to the memorial gates, that is the whole avenue of puriri trees, which is 45 trees. There are options which were presented in the report, but it might have been a little bit clumsy trying to keep the words to a minimum, and it was already a long report, in terms of we could do some of the tree surrounds and some permeable paving and see how it goes, or do none, or do all? The Cameron Road fencing? Yeah, and of course all the fencing is going to be replaced, and that is not just Wharapai Domain, that is all the way along the frontage. There are issues with the fencing further down. In different areas there are different issues with the fencing, so we're going to replace all of it at the same time, so it's the same consistent fence.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Baker.
Kia ora, tēnā tātou. Thank you. A couple of quick questions. You mentioned, great report, by the way. You mentioned that this isn't the highest priority for the CBD. What are that perhaps fit within scope? That's question one.
I won't speak for Anna, but I think my interpretation of the Mayor's question was, is this the highest priority across the city?
Sorry. Yeah.
So I do think this is the top priority for green spaces in our city centre at the moment.
Cool.
And I think this is a good example where when these budgets were set, we had a long-term aspiration for significant change at these domains, but we didn't have kind of a routine picture of how we're going to improve these spaces as we go towards that larger vision of what these spaces could be. And I think what we've tried to show in the video is that we do have some long-standing problems that we think we need to continue to resolve as we go.
That's a great answer, thank you. And second question, with the, should we agree and if the trees get cut, what's our plan with the trees? Are we looking at, what's our plan?
The puriri trees on Cameron Road, the tree surrounds and the tree pits, or the cypress trees?
Any that we're cutting down? Cypress?
Oh, sorry, cypress.
I assume they're good for firewood?
You should take this.
I haven't discussed with the arborist what's going to happen with the timber that is felled.
We can set that direction, eh? Because I'm
You can.
just thinking out loud, and perhaps we'll propose it as a resolution that we actually connect with some of our local providers and offer them the opportunity to come and collect the fire, collect it as firewood before we remove it. Coming into winter, might be a lot of families that need it, just for free.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. I thought you were going to be going for a fundraiser for Rangatawa Rugby Club there for a second. Love the outfit. But hey, appreciate just about had a full round of questions there from staff. I suppose the one thing I will just clarify is if we just look at in the background there, we made a decision around Aspen Reserve on the 15th of December 2025. That was a good outcome that came from quite a lot of value for money, engineering and project work between us and with the staff, and came back and have a good outcome there. And then you were subsequently requested to outline how the remaining city centre green spaces budget could be used. So is it fair to assume that you have targeting, your thinking right from the start was using this money in the city centre? Just for real clarity, because you've done a great job preparing the report.
Yes, this budget is for green spaces in the city centre, and this is our next priority.
Thank you. So there's no further questions. So we'll get back to the. Yep. So you can do that for me. I am actually happy to move this, and if I get a seconder, I'm happy to speak. And there may well be a few tweaks on the way, but seconded by Councillor Roseboom. So I think. Just following on from just my last question, I think we made some decisions around money to be spent in the city centre end of last year, told staff to go away and come up with other uses of what was effectively some not leftover money, but some money that was value engineered out of a previous project. I do agree with the points through this paper, and it's quite clear we have a key city centre park, a place that can provide us better amenity for events, which is something that this council is very keen, as I stated many times, it's a core focus and interest of ours. We also know that accessibility and around this area, that is, I think it's been a number of years since that area was upgraded and tidied up, and it is a key gateway to the city. And so I really commend the staff on going away thinking about where that money could best be spent in the city centre. And for many reasons, I'm happy to support this. We can, as I said, I've had a seconder, and I'm more than happy to, if there are iterations, certainly hearing the Mayor's discussion around the spending of money where it perfectly could be allocated. Not everything we spend is absolutely on the absolute essential, and the staff were open and quick to acknowledge that there could be other ways it could be spent. But if we are spending money to enhance, to improve our city centre, to make it a better place to people to come and live, which is another stated goal of this council, I think it will be money very well spent. So I'm at that point happy to ask the seconder if you would like to speak or speak later.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I'll say my piece now. Now, I'm fully in support of this. This is one of our core values. Comes under the heading of looking after what we have. These trees are showing their age and they need to be removed and replaced with new trees. It also allows us to improve the accessibility, as you've stated, Chair, and making the domain more accessible for greater use, for greater accessibility for events, live shows, kids to use, whatever, but it tidies up Hamilton Street, puts in a footpath, makes it accessible. I remember I was a young teenager, and it hasn't changed much, that corner. That soccer club was there, it had many a function in there, and yes, it was difficult to get in and out of then, and it hasn't changed. We need to bring Tauranga into the 21st century and improve it and make things more accessible. Thank you.
I don't support option 2. The reason I don't support it is the option 1 that you've that you guys have just said. You know, we want to improve access for events. We want to improve accessibility. We want to tidy up the area. That's all done for 500,000, and the proposal 2 means we can spend 4 times that much, $4 million. It is also bringing $1.1 million that is not currently in the annual plan next year as part of a capital prioritisation, bringing that forward to next year, which means something else is going to have to miss out. So I do not support that. We've heard this is not necessarily the biggest priority across the city. I'm happy to support some funding and you know, to get all the outcomes for a quarter of a price. I think you know, the outcomes that actually opens this area up, and you know, if they delivered a value for money option and did it well, you might get some of the tree surrounds, for example, fixed within that $500,000 budget. So I think we'd be better to set a budget and give them some aspiration of what we want to achieve. But I think this is we're in a pretty dangerous area here where we're making a capital decision about next year's budget, and we're spending 4 times what we could get, you know, 80% of the outcomes for a quarter of the cost, and I don't believe that $2 million is a good is a good value for money prospect, and it's really throwing money that necessarily, yes, it would look good, but you know, I think we can do better than this.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Baker.
Damn it. Yeah, I definitely came into this with an open mind, and Mahi's words have kind of put me on. I'm on the fence again. Damn you! Think of some resolutions, but I was I was going to say, prior to that, I was quite supportive of the resolution, and I was only going to propose an amendment E, speaking to the earlier point, but I don't know how that flows now with what the comments the Mayor's just made. Do I suggest my...
I think if you're happy to speak, and then you give your opinion, and we'll see if it's needed later. Not the opinion, of course,
my amendment. Can I propose, is it appropriate to propose my amendment? I've just sent that to you, but it speaks to just, you know, should we go ahead with this, providing some community benefit opportunities with the tree felling, and perhaps potentially converting it to firewood, but the resolution reads that we direct staff to engage with local health and social service providers to offer the fallen trees as firewood to community members in need prior to the material being removed from the site. So just an opportunity for us to create some community good.
So just Councillor Roseboom, it'll be between yourself and myself to be happy for this, or will this simply be done through an action if it passes? Basically saying offer the firewood to community. Could that be done as an action if anyway? Would you be happy with that, Councillor Baker?
Yeah, I'd sooner in an action because I'm not too sure what the health and safety conditions of our arborators are when they're actually doing the felling. If they have a requirement that they've got to be cut down and removed within a couple of days, if they do it on a Tuesday, the social groups may not have a chance to physically get in there. I'm supportive of the concept, but I'd sooner be it as a directive to staff. If they can achieve that, excellent. Yeah.
So you're happy we leave it out of the resolution, but we will have an action that... And so then you're now happy to speak your opinion on the initial resolution. I know it's going to be tough. So you're waiving your right to speak? Okay. Tangata Whenua member Jackie Rolleston-Steed.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the recommendations, but I'm keen to understand the action that Councillor Baker has proposed. Just coming from an emergency management recovery kind of lens, we, with regard to woody debris, we are at capacity. So an action around what would be done with potentially 33 trees for firewood, I think definitely needs to be considered as opposed to trying to get rid of it somewhere else.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was a great report. I really like the Wharapai domain. I think it's underused. It's an amazing running facility for people that want to go at lunchtimes, because I used to work opposite there, and the footpaths would add to that. But I'm with Mayor Mahe. I don't feel that we can commit to next year's capital program. I think it's a really good thing. I think it's a thank you to staff. You've brought forward what we did ask for. We had some budget that we didn't need for Aspen Reserve, and this is I think option one within the budget that we have already approved. I'm comfortable with, but I'm not able to commit to a capital program that isn't currently budgeted.
Councillor Crowther online.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm in the same position as the Mayor and Deputy, really. I think staff did a good report. I think it's great to see options. I do question the contingency for option 2, because if we're talking 1.9 plus 10% contingency, I'm thinking the contingency could be inadequate just depending on what happens with a couple of things like the power box and so forth, some of the other risks that are highlighted there. So from my position, the ideal way forward for me would be to have option 1 move ahead. As the Mayor said, it would still open it up, deliver a significant amount of the benefits. It would also give us an understanding of sort of what the reality of that may look like. But to also, as the staff, if it does go ahead with that, my preference would be that we look at sort of incremental improvements to ensure tree health, safety, etc. And just to comment on, I think the Mayor mentioned it before in the questions that, to try and find the most cost-effective ways may include, for instance, removing a parking space and changing the pathway to actually move around the power, as opposed to letting that be the obstacle in the path and moving it. So I guess, yeah, trying to put forward that I can't support the big picture project at the moment. Do support option 1, but would like to think that there could be potential for incremental improvements in some of those other areas as well.
Can we have an action, maybe just look at options of working around the power box? Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think we're in danger of getting stuck in a rut in one of those gravel pull-off car parks on Cameron Road there. It's not going to make as much difference financially as what I think some people think it might, notwithstanding that it's a large amount of money. I support option 2, but I want to put my colleagues on notice that I'm coming for the $80 million streetscape budget in the CBD, because that will make a difference materially to people's bills going forward, whereas this won't.
Thank you, Chair. I support option 2, and I'd also just point out to the Mayor, point C, that it may be delivered in stages depending on budget availability, which I presume will be when we start talking about capital spend next year. There may be some delay. I would also point out that Value for Money Lens probably needs to go over this, saying that there's a $1 to $2 million cost. It's quite a big range, so I'm presuming that we'll get better vision on that as it goes forward. So quite supportive, and I think it'll really tidy up an asset that's a bit scruffy at the moment.
I'm happy to hear a couple more views. We're fairly evenly split. Councillor Kirk, you've been quiet today. I'd love to hear from you.
Thank you for your indulgence. I'm with the Mayor on this one, because ultimately it doesn't rule out to progress further in terms of option 2. I think option 1 is a good start to the project, and let's be open for later discussion. But it certainly delivers, a small project where we need to consider a lot of other projects moving forward. So it's not a huge step, but it's a step that will provide some access where it needs to be.
Any further discussion? Debate? You can, Deputy Mayor, if you...
So just my question is, at the moment, do we do it in parts, and how do we...
I'm sort of thinking about that myself.
Are we allowed to? Yeah, okay, thank you. Good.
Councillor, you'd like to have us... I'm going to make an exception.
Similar to what Deputy Mayor was just asking, what happens if we do decline option B? Are we then able to pick up option 1, or is that... Are we going to paint ourselves into a corner?
Can we actually change? Yeah. Can we change the motion to say endorse option 1, and vote on that, and then move into endorse option 2? Because option 2 includes option 1. Yeah.
The other way around, I think we go with the original motion.
But you're not allowed to go against.
Well, it's not an against. It's just.
But if you.
It's not a counter, is it?
But I think everyone's going to go with 1, so you could at least get that agreed and then move on to 2. No, other way?
There's no further debate. Okay, so what we're going to do, and fully understanding what the Deputy Mayor is asking, and I think Councillor Taylor was looking at the same, engaging a bit around the room, but I think the way to approach this is to vote as we have it, and then if B fails, the motion fails, someone can then move option 1, and I don't think we need any discussion on that. So I will now, if I can just get this onto my screen. We just about need a drum roll for this one. So in front of us, we'll take this in the whole. So all of those, yes? All those in favour of the recommendations as presented in the report, please say aye. Hands up so we can get a good clear. So we have myself, Councillor Baker, Councillor Rolleston, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Morris, Councillor Roseboom, and Tangata Whenua member Jackie Rolleston-Steed. What numbers does that give us? That the motion has, the recommendation has carried. Thank you. Sorry, that's a bit, yeah, sorry. That's very bad of me, ignoring the two most important people. So against we have the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Kurak. And Councillor Crowther. Apologies, Glenn. Yes, pretty much. Sorry for that slip up, everybody. So that motion has carried. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question on that? But we didn't specifically approve, have we committed to the budget for next year or not? Because that doesn't say any numbers in there.
So my understanding here is from C is that the components may be delivered in stages depending on budget availability. So I'm fairly sure this council will put some scrutiny over the timing of that in the annual plan process. So we're saying we want to do the whole project. We're not saying it's all going to be delivered in one go. That's how I understand.
But it'll be a separate, when we approve the annual plan 26-27 capital program, it will need to come back to here with an amount.
There'll be a number assigned to it in the annual plan.
And we can approve it or not at that stage.
Correct.
Great, thanks.
So, welcome back everybody. In the temporary absence of the CEO, welcome Craig to beside me, and we will recommence. We're moving to item 10.5 on page 86 of your agendas. This is the place-based investment program for fiscal year 26-27. And welcome staff. Happy, the floor's yours.
Hi everyone, going to let Sonia lead off.
Good afternoon. Do I need that a bit closer? There we go. So in April last year, we presented to this committee the FY26 and 27 play program, and at that time, the FY27 program was endorsed, so engagement has commenced for some of the sites. That report is included as attachment A. Regarding the FY26 projects, we're making good progress in delivering these, and a status update on those is included in the report as attachment B. So the purpose of today's report is to complete an action that we had to bring back the program for FY27 to the committee ahead of finalisation of budgets for the upcoming annual plan. I'll just note a couple of corrections since the report was written. At paragraph 38 in table 2, the capital figure for Simpson Reserve for FY27 should read as 1.3 rather than 2.3 million. That's correctly shown in the attachment C, which recommends a phased delivery approach for that project. And the total project budget contained within the report is correct though. Also, since the report was prepared, staff decided to pause the further engagement on the Carlton Skate Park, which was due to happen at the end of February, just awaiting the outcome of today's meeting. So there are two decisions in the paper today. The first one is on the FY27 program as a whole, and the second is specifically relating to the Brookfield play space, whether we progress with an upgrade of Lees Park or the development of a new play space at Sydenham Botanic Park. Subject to today's decisions, we intend to progress the design and engagement on the approved projects. So the budget envelope that we've remains similar to what was presented in the endorsed in the report last year, and the overall budget is contained within the draft annual plan that you've been working on. But to account for some carry forwards, we've reviewed the program in recognising the strong focus on reducing capital spend and ongoing operating costs. We've recommended an approach of slowing the program slightly, rather than cancelling any projects, as the intended outcomes across the play program remain the same that we were seeking to achieve in the April report last year. But yes, so we have recommended deferring some projects to FY28 or beyond to achieve that financial the same financial outcome for FY27. So in summary, the report aims to both maintain momentum in achieving our play outcomes while responding to these fiscal constraints, and there's some options for consideration which are provided in more detail in attachment C.
Thank you for that. Any questions of staff on this matter? Councillor Kurak.
Thinking about the current plan in Hopukiori, and also thinking about the disruption to business down that end of the mount, and the impact that those closures are having on business down at the mount. Do you think it's wise to, because I imagine in terms of doing the Hopukiori program works, that whole area will be all fully closed? Is that, and so yeah, it's just another facility that will be closing at a time that is probably not ideal. Have you guys given that any consideration in terms of deferring that, or have you done any thinking around that? What business potentially could be lost because that playground would be closed?
I don't know if it's something that Alison or Amanda want to comment on. I suppose our approach, our understanding of the approach in general for Mount projects was, get on and make them happen, because that ultimately is going to be of greater benefit for the community and businesses down there. I don't know if there's any further thought that anyone has on that in terms of phasing, but I understand the point you're making.
Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, just a supplementary. So because we've had that same discussion in terms of obviously some vitality is needed in Mount, and particularly Mount North, and there's been quite a lot of consultation around Hopekuri and the upgrade. But how long and how much of it would be closed, and if it went ahead, when would that happen?
So the whole play space area and to where it's proposed to extend out to would need to be closed during construction, and at this stage it's scheduled for later in this calendar year, the second half.
And for how long?
Add to that if I can. Just to the initial question, I think we'd been looking at more of the way that once it's done, it will actually provide further attraction there and be a real reason for people to visit. Given what the situation is now with closing it down while we rebuild, what we could look at doing is doing some pop-up play or an interim pump track on the other side of the park, just to create some ability to still use that reserve while we're constructing the new playground.
Well, I was just going to say that from the consultation I was involved in, there probably at least half the people that were there had particularly come to be at that park because they like what's on offer, and we've got to think about whether they would come if there's just pop-up, not very much. So it's a really good question that Rick's raised, and we just really need to consider that, which I agree, by the end, fantastic, but closing it down for what might be 4 months, is that sort of what you're thinking? 3 to 4 months is quite a big, particularly if that's end of this calendar year, which goes over the summer. So I think it's just quite a consideration.
Thanks for that, Deputy Mayor. Hautapu, and then Jackie, and then Councillor Crowther, or Glenn.
I have an unrelated question to the current topic. If Jackie or Glenn have a related one, I'm happy to.
Yeah, sorry, for Glenn or Jackie, are your questions in relation to Hopekuri? Okay.
I'm just cognizant that that's our only evacuation area while Moa's out of commission. So I would assume that those works couldn't be undertaken until, well, I guess until Moa was reinstated.
So the works wouldn't prevent access up to the summit of Hopekuri. They'd be limited to that playground side of the reserve, so it wouldn't be the whole reserve space that would be closed.
Glenn, is your question in relation to Hopekuri, or is it other Okay, no. Councillor Baker.
Tēnā koutou. Pretty supportive of the recommendations as they are and the priorities. I do love that we are focusing in on that kind of Brookfield area because it needs a bit of love. My question is on Lees Park versus Judea in terms of us being able, and because Lees is so close to, what's the pronunciation, Sydenham? Sydenham? Shameless. Sydenham. Would we get better return and greater reach from the community if we were to invest in a place like Judea for play versus Lees? Just thinking about value proposition, because considering Lees is so close. Do you understand my question? Am I making sense?
Are you talking about alongside investment in Sydenham, and so, or instead of? Are you saying Sydenham plus?
Sydenham definite,
Yep.
and then we're also looking at, as the resolution, drafted resolution states, engage on alternative options at Lees Park.
Yeah, okay, you're questioning that.
Questioning Lees, and if that would be time and energy, money be better invested in exploring Judea as an option.
We can definitely look into that to see. I guess I've just pulled up here the kind of the catchment maps across Lees Park to have a look at where Judea is in relation to that. So I guess what we're proposing at the moment under the Sydenham option is that Lees Park would provide more that kind of rangatahi focus. Potentially a basketball hoop came through quite strongly in the engagement. So providing, rather than a young, a small children's playground. But yeah, we can definitely look at what, how Judea might fit into that, into the network there.
Glenn, you online?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've got a few questions actually on the sort of Brookfield Automotai scenarios. So the first one, in terms of the Sydenham option, one of the issues is just in terms of the trust, it's presented as a risk. How solid are we that Frank Sydenham's will doesn't preclude anything remotely like a standard playground? I know it won't be able to be standard, but how solid are we that we know we could deliver a playground there? Because as a member of the Botanic Park Advisory Group, a number of us kept hearing from the trust representative at the time that was not allowed. And secondly, it does fit the pattern where we know that although Frank strongly supported education and horticulture, he didn't seem to have a great love of having noisy kids running around there. So just that's probably the first question, is that risk. How risky is that risk?
I feel like it's quite a minor risk. So we had initial conversations with the Guardian Trust before exploring to identify whether this was an option at all. And at that time, the representative was very supportive of this proposal because they really wanted to see more use of this park. They want people there experiencing it. If you can get kids in there, then they can have the opportunity to learn about the botanical values and all that sort of thing. We've also, I guess, rechecked in as through the engagement. We have heard that from some part of the community, and the Guardian Trust has confirmed that they support the playground project in principle, but they would want to approve the final plans. So it's that the playground needs to fit within the nature of the park. As you say, rather than just kind of plonking a standard playground into the space, it will need to integrate and encourage people to explore the wider park.
Second question is, in terms of the actual location, which will be quite critical, do we have an idea at the moment? Like, I understand it won't be on the daffodils area, which seems nice, but do we know if it will be on that eastern side between the road and the pergola, or whether it'd be more likely on the western side towards the end of the pergola there? I'm just thinking that, and I guess coupled to that is, if it is going to be the east, do we know what the neighbours' views are on that?
I have got a plan. Oh, it wouldn't connect to. Would it connect? If I have got a plan, I can share up on the screen if that's useful. But the proposed site. If I plug this in, will Councillor Crowther be able to see that if I do that?
Yeah, I'll be able to. Thank you.
So this is the plan that was used during the engagement last year for the Sydenham site. So this purple blob is where the proposed play space is. It would actually need to be, that does cover part of the daffodil area, just where the blob is, so it would actually go slightly further to the south there, but it still can be accommodated kind of on the flatter area and outside the daffodil space. And through regarding the neighbours, we haven't, through the engagement last year, the neighbours obviously were welcome to contribute, to provide their feedback and input. I haven't got any specific feedback from these neighbours on that I'm aware of whether they're supportive or not. But through whichever option goes ahead, we'll then undertake a further round of engagement and consultation with the community to work through the design as we do for these sorts of playgrounds.
Councillor Morris, and then Councillor.
Sorry,
Glenn, one more.
I think my concern is still, I think that will be potentially still a bit problematic if it's just a matter of sort of going lower on the map there, as opposed to sort of really honing in on that. So I just suggest that will be an issue. The other question around this specifically is that where did you get to, having been to the consultation session and read what people said, like that the dogs are a big issue in both those parks for different reasons. and Sydenham is an area where people feel they can come and they've got plenty of space for their dogs, and that is well utilised in that way. And there are dog training and various things take place there. Lees Park is sort of the opposite. It's got a kindergarten. It's got it's got fencing around it, of course, but it's a young children's play area. So we're talking about completely switching around the uses there, and the target audience will become far more young people at Sydenham and presumably teenagers and others, as well as the kindergarten at Lees. So where have you got to in terms of this issue of dogs? Because I think it's something that could potentially really upset the whole balance there if we get it wrong.
You're correct that dogs did come through strongly at both sites, and people like to use Lees Park currently for dogs because it's fenced, and don't necessarily always respect the 10 metre from the playground sign there. And as you say, Sydenham is that larger space. So an option that we'd look at if we proceed with the Sydenham Botanic Park option is potentially investigating fencing of the play space there, which has more benefits for some of our community than just simply keeping dogs out, but that is an option that we would look at. We also picked up that managing the dogs is a really important piece at either site that we go ahead with.
Sorry, can you just clarify? Sorry, I sort of missed which one you mean. Do you mean fencing at Sydenham?
We would explore potentially fencing the play space at Sydenham, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Glenn. Councillor Steve Morris.
Thank you. Back to Hopu Kia ora. Are there any contractual or procurement implications if we pick up the idea to defer that project until there's some certainty around reopening Moa?
No, we're not in any contract at this stage.
There'll be a toss-up between that and the walkway down Papamoa. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is probably a bit more general and a bit more forward-looking. I've been to a couple of playground consults over the last 12 months. Been really quite cool to interact with parts of our community that probably don't really do much with council, so good to see opinions from those people. They have a lot of input into where we go with these playgrounds and what we might do. If we back out of some of these things that we've already consulted on, what do you think the reaction would be from the community around those things? And I'm thinking about Liston Park and how well that's gone and how well that's used now that it's there.
We have tried to manage expectations as far as we always say it's subject to budget confirmation and council agreement, etc. But obviously as soon as we start engaging, there's a general expectation that what they come and talk to us about will continue. So people are very much looking forward to it, particularly in those spaces that are lacking at the moment. Or Simpson, it's a destination reserve, destination playground, so it's got a lot of people talking about how great it would be. So we've tried to manage expectations, but I'd say people would be disappointed if these things don't go ahead.
I think there's no further questions of staff, so thank you very much for... Is there? Councillor Morris. So is that a question of staff, or can I let... So thank you very much, staff, for your time.
Could I ask one more, Councillor Schuler?
What's that? Sorry, Glenn?
Could I ask one more?
Yes, you can, sir.
Please, sir. Thank you, sir. My other question was more, it's still not as wide picture as Councillor Taylor, but just wider across the Automote Brookfield area, that one of the implications from one of the attachments seems to be that Carlton Reserve may not, well, there's an option for it not to sort of get so much of a zhuzh up as many passionate people were sort of wanting when I've talked to them about it and have gone along to the consultation or the engagement session. And I'm just wondering how staff are sort of seeing that broader picture, because Councillor Baker raised down by Huria, there's a number of smaller locations where there could be niche investment, but in terms of the bigger scale, we've also got this issue happening in Pillins Point around a bike path, which I haven't had any updates on, but I'm just seeing there's a strong need for young people, for youth, to have somewhere by the schools there. And there's also a strong demand in Brookfield. And I'm just a little wary that we could inadvertently commit quite a chunk of money to Brookfield and leave what's potentially happening at Carlton with a question mark.
Sorry, was there a question there, Councillor Crowther, or just a
I'm
statement?
wanting-
Because I think
I'm
the statements
trying-
could come in the discussion and the debate.
Sure. No, I'm wanting an answer to, like, where are we at with Carlton in that context, like trying to put a context around it so staff can understand where I'm coming from, but really trying to go, well, right, if we push the button on this, what's the next steps for Carlton, and could the investment in Carlton be compromised by spending more here at Sydenham and Lees?
So the recommendation is to continue proceeding with the Carlton Reserve Skate Park redevelopment. That was scheduled to be delivered within the FY26 financial year, but due to extended kind of engagement and design periods, we're going to need carry forwards into FY27 to complete it. And so the recommendation is that we do those carry forwards. And so the recommended budget contains both of those projects. We have completed the first round of engagement on the site location for the skate park, and there was a strong community preference to stay at that same current skate park location. And so feasibility work's been underway into that site, and the next step is to go and talk with the skate users and kind of the local users in more detail around what the actual design will look like.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
That's good, Claire. We're going to finish on the Deputy Mayor, and then we'll go into...
Sorry, I didn't have it written to comment. I'm sorry, so school use, you've commented, I think, a couple of times that schools don't feel their playgrounds are for general use, which I'd like to understand if that's getting worse. And I guess the other side of that is we quite often get schools saying they need our funding for safety and transport and things, and I wonder if there's a quid pro quo that we actually make sure that they're allowing their facilities to be used as well. So do we have any across teams conversation that in terms of the communication with schools, and are we losing the ability to use school playgrounds?
Should I comment on the first bit and you can pick up the second bit? So in terms of the school playgrounds, it tends to be a school-by-school approach. So staff have spoken to the principal and board at Te Kuro Mananui near Sydenham Botanic Park, and they're not interested in it being used publicly, being advertised to be used publicly. I've spoken as well with the play advocate at Sport Bay of Plenty around to get an understanding of this, and in some like in Rotorua, for example, lots of the schools are actually shut after hours, and so there is a trend more toward that. We've had other conversations with the MOE where they've said we can't rely on schools to meet kind of our level of service for play provision. It can't be guaranteed to always be available. So it's definitely conversations we're having and trying to do with the schools. And in that you want the playground to be located in a suitable place for the public to use, rather than kind of out in the back corner or somewhere. So, there's a few things that go into it, but it is becoming more of a challenge. I'll let Ross pick up the bit around the second part of the question.
But just on that, so is your message to schools that we would like you to have your playgrounds open more often?
I don't know that I don't think that we've ever sort of taken a universal communication approach. It's always been project specific or area specific, and we've always tried to have dialogue with the schools, and obviously the Brookfield example is the most obvious one. It does tend to be, I don't know, it seems to be quite project and school specific. So, for example, we've had very positive interactions with some of the other schools. Mount College, for example, with the pool project, we supported pump track at school in Mangatapu a couple of years ago because we were looking for an opportunity to get that kind of asset into the community, and the school was very was kind of collaborative in that outcome. I don't think that there's a universal picture there. I think the MOE settings are very conservative, and we always want people to be able to access those school playgrounds, both in and of themselves, but also, in some circumstances, it might mean that we can then pivot and do something slightly differently in the spaces that we have.
Thank you, staff. Okay, so questions to staff are now finished. I'll just ask for a mover and a seconder of a motion, if I can. Councillor Councillor Morris.
I'd just like to test B1, which I've circulated to members as part of the resolutions. Which I'm happy to move in total, and then subject to debate, I suppose one will disappear or stay there, but I'm happy to move. I'm happy to. No, I've got to write a reply, so I'm not going to reserve. Happy to just say, in terms of Hopukiori, Mount Drury in particular, I think that it's important that works are not undertaken there that close that facility until the access arrangements for Mauao have some certainty. Because the last thing I would like to see is having closed Mauao and closed the playground there at the same time. We'll get certainty around those arrangements in due course, and that may be quicker or it may be longer, but I think that it's appropriate to put it in the resolution given where we are in the financial year.
Sure, happy to support it. It seems the logical thing to do, given the environment down there, and we just don't want to make it any worse.
Any other views? So, Deputy Mayor, and then.
Thank you,
Jackie.
Chair. I'm quite torn because I think to have a updated space, we've done the engagement. And we have heard from the community, and it's a lovely space that could be enhanced and therefore be an attraction for Mount, which we need. But I'm also quite concerned on the closing it, particularly if it was the end of this calendar year, so therefore over Christmas. And I know that we've got a couple of years until the equipment has to be replaced, I think, and I think so. I guess I would just like a bit more clarity on what does until the timing of future access arrangements for Mauao mean. If I could ask the mover, please.
Thank you. The framing there was quite deliberate, as was the personification for the grammar people watching. It's once we get some clarity around what timeframes look like there, then my view is then we would be able to program the Hopukiori Mount Drury project. It may not take that long, but it's around ensuring that we don't have both places closed at the same time. And we may get an indication around timeframes for Mauao, and that information may then suggest that we go sooner with Hopukiori, or it may mean that we go later with Hopukiori. Does that provide any clarity, Deputy Mayor?
Does defers then, is defers the right way, or do we do we consider the timing of the play space while the timing of future access arrangements for Maua are unclear? A line, yeah. Yeah.
Aligning the play space and with the future, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe, Madam Secretary, if I could say aligning play space and enhancement works at Hopukiori, Mount Drury, with the timing of future arrangements for Mauao, future access arrangements for Mauao, and then full stop at the end of Mauao.
I'll speak next and then I'll go to you, Councillor Bicker. I personally take a contrary view to this. I wouldn't support this B1. Primarily, I don't think you're talking about the same audience, Councillor Morris. So the people that are potentially going to be walking around the mountain or up the mountain are very different to the people that will use that park. We've already heard from staff that the mountain itself won't be closed in terms of a tsunami or any other sort of broader risk. It'll be worked into the planning, I'm sure, that it's done and finished to help enhance and get Mount Maunganui going again. So provided there are no sensitivities towards that use in the broader context, I really don't think these two are related, and I would prefer to see staff carry on with this project as per the timing, as consulted, and get it done so it's ready as soon as possible to help Mount Maunganui recover in whatever way we can. But slowing down unconnected elements as a potential overreaction is a bit of a concern to me, so I won't support. I support this.
Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment behind it and can understand the logic, but for me, similar to you, Herb, I think they're two different projects that can exist separately and not compromise the compromise or impact the mountain anyway, largely because, as to Herb's points, the mount still has the beach on both sides, has Moturiki, still has access up Mount Drury, and they largely serve two different audiences, and considering what's happening at Mauao, the sooner we can get an awesome play space there, the better. So whilst I understand that that also means we could move it later, bring the project forward, I'm sure that's still within the current remits anyway, should the opportunity present itself. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at the moment, and probably won't support the recommendation, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Any other, Mayor Mahe?
Yeah, I think this is sensible. Whenever we do projects across the city, we've got to look at not just silos of we're doing this project, we've got to look at the wider space. I will support it in the fact that I think we should consider, the traffic, and, it's kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. If you just shut down another place where people go or reason to be, to travel down to the mount, I do think you affect businesses. So I think taking them into account with each other and potentially they might be a different crowd, but at the moment there's no reason to go down to Mauao apart from support the businesses. So if you suddenly open up Mauao and you had a whole new crowd going and enjoying the manga, then that would be an opportune time, to coordinate the two things together. So I think, we just got to be careful. We don't, we might say this isn't significant, but for those businesses, they need every single help they can get, and shutting another facility for 3 or 4 months, I think doesn't aid that, and this solution means that we give those businesses the best possible chance that there's still some attraction and reason to go down to the mountain and obviously Hopukiori.
Oh, sorry, Jackie, and then Hemi.
Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit confused with some of the conversations. So are we saying that essentially not to undertake the upgrade of that playground while Mawao is currently out of commission, because we still need a play space. Okay, yeah, totally agree with that. My lens was purely around creating bottlenecks around emergency management, evacuation, noting that, yeah, the playground is only an area that can be cordoned off and there's still accessibility, but it'll create a bottleneck, and I'm mindful that Mawao is out of commission at this stage. So that was just my lens on that.
Hemi?
Thank you, Chair. I support this amendment for a couple of reasons. One, I understand there was extensive consultation. That consultation was pre-Mawao, and we can't say it would have changed, but there is a potential that if you had been having that consultation under those circumstances, you might have got a different result. So I sense this gives us that position. Secondly, I have talked to some businesses in the Mount, or they've talked to me, and I actually didn't prompt the question, but the advice was that's low on our priority list for reigniting business in the Mount. Now I'm only saying that, and that was in a small context, but the answer might be yes and yes, but I think, and further to Jackie's comment, I think it is until we understand the arrangements. There's no doubt that Mawao is out of commission and will be for a period of time. But the decision on when that time will determine that decision. So I think they're related, but I think until we know those arrangements, it's, that comes back to the staff to say, now we know what the line of sight is for Mawao, what will be the timing now for Hopu Kiore given those? Because if there's an extensive time, then it might be, I think they've got to be looked at in conjunction. And I do think that Hopu Kiore is so close to Mawao that they need to be looked at. Yes, I hear they're separate. Yes, I hear they're probably attracting different people, but it's right in that northern part of the Mount that. So yeah, those are the reasons why I'm supporting it.
Okay, if there's no more debate, I'm happy to. Oh, you will get the last right of reply, sir. Apologies.
Thank you, and acknowledging that there's other parts of the resolution as well, but
May I just ask, is Glenn, has he got his hand up or no?
No.
Oh, good. Sorry, Steve.
Notwithstanding the experience I had some years ago where I took my then young children up to the summit of Mawao and then came down, and they still had the energy to partake in playing at Hopu Kiore, much to my middle-aged amazement. And notwithstanding that, and that the two are distinctly different audiences, we need to make sure that we're not turning off both audiences. One audience, the walkers, the hikers on Mawao, are not present at the moment, so we need to ensure that we don't also close off the audience that would be using Hopu Kiore. We don't want to lose both potential customers for Mount businesses at the same time, in my view.
Thank you very much. So just to be clear, we are now voting in the first instance on B1 as proposed by Councillor Morris, and if this carries, it will then become part of the substantive, the main resolution. So can I quickly have a show of hands? All those in favour? We have Deputy Mayor, Councillor Crowther, Rick, Hemi, Rod, everyone except me.
No.
Oh.
Hold on. Can you put your hands up again? I don't have everyone.
So everyone except Schuler and Baker at the moment, and then against Schuler and Baker. So that is carried, and that now becomes part of the So we are agreeing to align the park upgrade, and now that becomes part of the we need to do a mover and seconder for that too, don't we? So do I have a mover for? No one? I'm happy to move, and seconded by Councillor Taylor. So is there, are we happy to put this straight to the vote, or do we have discussion? Okay, we go to the vote. So yeah, moved by myself, seconded by...
Can we not have a discussion?
Yes, we can. That's why I asked the question,
Oh, yeah.
sir.
No, sorry.
Apologies.
It's hard to put your hand up. So I'm the only one
Councillor
speaking?
Taylor.
Oh,
Councillor
okay. Thank you.
Crowther.
Which one? Me? Okay. It's hard to follow everything. Okay, so I guess I'm happy to support this, but I guess I just want to highlight where I see we have to get this spot on if it does go ahead. Knowing the local community, it'd be very well received in the sort of wider Brookfield area to have that investment as part of the wider program. But I think some of the issues I raised before, while they may not be total showstoppers, I think, there's a lot of concern in the community's mind around some of them. One of them is just the issue with the kindy being left where it won't be young children. It's almost like, do we need a fence there to separate out access for those young children if it's going to be used as the dogs area? Another one is I think, there could be concerns around the fencing at Sydenham and the precise location, which I've mentioned before. But I think overall for me, when I look at it, this is sort of the heart of communities. It's an area that hasn't had much investment, hasn't had much love from the council. There's ongoing demands for a public transport hub there, for a community centre, all sorts of things there. This is not a lot of money in the scheme of things when you look at the operational expenditure that flows from it. And I think that's something I've had a number of people across the city who are concerned about the amount going into the playgrounds program. My comment would just be that some things that council invests in have very significant overheads. They have, daily staff costs, etc. This does not. Sure, there's costs, there's OPEX, but ultimately, this is something that I think could give a lot of value to a lot of people over a lot of years if we get it right. But I just urge staff, if it does go ahead, to really fine-tune this, and happy to work with them as someone who knows the local community, because I think if we get a couple of those things wrong, it could all rebound badly in our face.
You're on the committee, Councillor Crowther. Any further, and apologies if we're missing you every now and again, but we'll keep a track. It's not deliberate. Is there any...
No, they're all good.
Any further debate or discussion? Because if not, happy to take this to the vote. All right, so as we have it in front of us with the... I'm happy to take this to the vote now. So all those in favour, please say aye. All those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we move to item 10.6. For those still with us online, page 97 on the agenda. And Chris, welcome to a quick overview and talk to the people. Maybe the questions will come from the areas that have these wonderful projects.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll keep it relatively brief. So this report from page 97 of the agenda provides an update on the infrastructure major projects, including Papamoa East Interchange, State Highway 29, Tauriko Enabling Works, and 15th Ave to Welcome Bay. So as outlined in the reports, the projects are generally progressing well. Construction's now almost complete at Papamoa East Interchange. So within the next month, we're planning to open that up. Works are continuing to progress well with the Tauriko enabling works following completion of the State Highway 29 intersection with Redwood Lane and Kawaroa Drive last year, and some really good progress early this year at the other section up by Cambridge Road. And early design works are progressing with 15th Ave to Welcome Bay. Currently still works focused and targeted around the Harini Bridge design, and also appreciate some of the support from our elected members and over the last couple of weeks with some videos out there as well, which have had some good uptake, so appreciate that. But further to that, propose take the report as read, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Rod.
So a couple of questions. I'll probably know the answer, but bridge result, any idea on ETA on that?
So we've done some site testing. We haven't got obviously definitive results out of that. There's been nothing surprising or negative that's come out of that to date, but we haven't been able to, I guess, get an indication around the analysis. But we're expecting to report back to this committee in June, July this year with kind of a more definitive update in terms of the validation around that bridge outcome and next steps from there. I'd say it's looking as expected, so I can't provide any more, I guess, positive or negative than that, but there's nothing bad emerging that we weren't expecting.
Is that a question, Councillor Carrack, or are you hiding behind there?
Sorry, I did have a second one that relates to the PEI. The contingency on that, I think we had an indication that was looking pretty good financially. Do we have any idea if that's still the case?
Yeah, absolutely. So financially, it's had a healthy contingency on that. Throughout the project, we've been going through kind of a staged review at key milestones, and a lot of that contingency has already been released, both from this financial year and future financial years in terms of forecast contingency values. Some of those contingencies were in future financial years, and that's been reflected through updates to the annual plan in terms of those, but relatively substantial contingency values that have been released. Yep, absolutely. It's gone to plan, and haven't utilised a lot of those contingency values.
And I see, Councillor Crowther, you're just the size of a postage stamp on my screen, but I can see the hand up. So, floor's yours.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris, I had two questions. One was in regards to Tauriko West, and on the little traffic lights thing, it shows everything's going along tickety-boo in terms of timing. But then if you go back to item 10.2, and it says capital revenue is behind by 10 million due to slower capital delivery. And I'm just trying to correlate those two things. Are we actually delivering slower than planned, or are we actually, not getting paid in a timely way for delivery that's on time?
I'll target the response to that in a couple of avenues. So in terms of the capital revenue attached to this project, you'll also recall there was some of the capital revenue that has been received earlier than anticipated as part of the financial monitoring report. But the revenue attached to this project, even though the expenditure kind of comes month by month, a lot of the revenue is attached to bullet payments at key milestones across delivery. And that's from the various funding sources, Crown grant funding, developer funding, etc. So some of that, even though the expenditure is smooth, sometimes the revenue coming in is lumpy. So it's just trying to align. Everything's on track as a whole, but yeah, aligning the revenue with the expenditure sometimes gets a little bit out of kilter. The other side of it, in terms of overall capital expenditure, so you would have seen on some of the earlier capital monitoring report that there is, from the original budget this financial year, this Tauriko is, there's an underspend variance that's forecast. That's primarily around contingency values that have been, At the moment, we've deferred those out to future years, but in terms of delivery, it's all on track and going in accordance with the program. So there's no issues with performance. It's just some of the cash flow, particularly around some of those contingency values is what's been deferred out to future financial years.
Right, thank you. I appreciate that, although I can't say I've got my head around the whole contingency thing, but that's another day. The other question was on arterials, and I think I can see Mike's arm in the background if he needs to answer it. But the Arterial Routes Program, which is not a major project in and of itself, but I notice Te Māori is now a sort of semi-major project, and I would suggest that given its significance, arterial routes is almost in that status. So I'm just trying to understand the development of that arterial routes project. We're going to get a report back, but is that being are the early design, what do they call it, early design things coming through for the 15th turret project feeding very strongly and closely into the arterial routes? Because I guess to outline my concern, to hope you can answer the question the way I'm intending it, is that if we have a bigger impact for a longer time on 15th turret, I think we're undercooking the arterial routes project, and we need to know that soon. And on the other hand, if we have a really good design and construction process for 15th turret, then it probably takes the pressure off that arterial route. So I'm just wanting to get an idea of how we're balancing those things out and when we will get clear guidance around that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the main constraint in the issue that you're raising is time. So the key part, and you mentioned the two dimensions of what we can do, is one, improve a route and have enough time to improve that route in the shorter term before those projects are in earnest in construction and affecting traffic. The other measure is for those bigger projects to operate and have a construction methodology within the network that helps to ease traffic as well. So it is a bit of a two-dial situation, so you can dial one up and down. The time's running out. Excuse me, and you'll get a paper here showing you some options of what we could do and achieve within the time frame. And as a result, in that paper, there are options that are no longer considered. We don't have time to do them, and that amount of, so they're effective to help with this situation. So that's what the balancing act within that paper is trying to explain. And in terms of keeping abreast and working with the major projects team on these, yes, we absolutely do. They need to know what we leave on the table by not doing something or doing something. So, but I think that debate and conversation is probably best to have when that paper comes up. It'll be more obvious, the trade-offs that we're talking about here and what disruption we're causing in advance of the work that's already underway. So it might be easier to explain if we had the paper in front of us.
Thanks, Mike.
Hautapu.
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you for the report. Two questions. One, Steve's mate, local MP Tom Rutherford, put out a post celebrating the fact that government's provided some money for this thing. Is that him just recirculating old news, or is the government committed new funding to this project?
There's no, it's a recirculation.
Okay.
There's no new funding that's been approved in recent times. So I think it was just highlighting the investments that have already been committed.
A bit of electioneering there. No, that's cool. Good news story, I think. Second question is, does it require a resolution, or can it just be an action that we now refer to this as the Welcome Bay to 15th Ave and not 15th Ave to Welcome Bay?
Any further questions of staff? If not, so we have a mover in Councillor Morris, seconder in Councillor Baker. Councillor Morris, are you happy to speak to the motion about the wonderful...
We're all excited, of course, about the opening of the Papamoa East interchange shortly, and I know the chair would like me to say something positive, as is my normal disposition. But I think I should take the opportunity to reflect on of the 5.5 major projects that we can see across the city, there's only one which is funded by a targeted rate on its neighbouring residents. So I think that's something. I think that's something that we need to reflect on as a committee, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further, so Hautapu, nothing. Councillor Crowther, waiting for your input.
Thank you. I appreciate staff clarifying my questions, and I understand that we're in some pretty tight situations with some of these projects linking together. But I've got to say, I'm very disappointed around what I heard around the arterial routes, because in the Joint Transport Committee meetings, and which was probably a year and a half ago, through to other meetings, one of the key points that elected members have said is we need to get early information around the arterial routes project, because, as I've said many times, I think we're underdoing what's needed. And from the public point of view, they don't like us spending ratepayers' money on things that they don't think are important. And that's very subjective. But one thing you can bet anything is that if the public get hugely inconvenienced by a project and we've missed the opportunity to provide alternative routes that work much better, it wouldn't matter how many millions up to a point, they will be holding us responsible for that. And I think we've got to hold you as staff, if I speak to you, to sort of try and bring back to us as much as possible. I think colleagues, I'd just say we need to get on top of this. This is just slipping through our fingers in my view, and we haven't got a joint transport committee at the moment. We haven't got a place. It's hard on staff. They haven't got somewhere they can bring these things. This is potentially the cost of it, that we've missed options. I'm not saying they're the best options. I have no idea. But I think whatever's happening, we need to really get on top of that stuff, because it will be potentially the biggest issue facing many people in the city for the last year or so of our term.
Thanks for that, Glenn. And I just, Michael, just come up and maybe make a comment. I know it's a little bit out of order, but happy to have some comments from staff on that.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. With regard to those issues that are raised, I acknowledge some of the challenges that were presented to the Joint Committee in the past, and we did raise these concerns around the amount of time that we had and the amount of money available. And I think we can't oversimplify the situation. And I think one of the key parts to this is we are putting a big construction, we've known this for ages, 2 construction projects on 2 major arterials within the city, and they're critical. And so because we are constrained by the kind of way funding has arrived and the projects are developed, they are arriving at the same time. That's not the best way to maximise the use of our network. And if network constraints were our primary goal and we were trying to keep the network operating to as maximum efficiency as possible, we'd program differently. We haven't had that choice. So we're dealing with a situation that's been handed to us to start. Second thing is, in terms of capacity, and this is a message I think from a communications perspective, we have to be really clear with our residents. It's going to be bad. It's not going to be great. And any measures short of full laning Fraser Street are going to be able to assist and get people around the network, but they are not a silver bullet. So we can't promote this arterial roads project as any way, shape or form as something that is a major response to capacity problems and congestion. It's going to be tough. So I think what we've come up with is the trade-off solutions and the things that can actually get more people through a corridor on a bigger sense. And I think the paper will go into that. But I just want to sort of lower expectations right now around the potential for things to actually be better. Our best options at the moment are do as much as we can through arterial routes and also communicate heavily around how people manage their travel. There was a TOMO on State Highway 29A for one day. The agency blasted out all its comms that don't use that. Everyone stayed at home. I know it's only one day and these projects are longer, but there is a way of managing and communicating how people travel and giving them the options, because there's not a heck of a lot of infrastructure options that really resolve having 2 big construction projects underway at the same time. So we're going to have to talk about that as well. So I'm thinking, I don't want to create a counter to what the issues raised by yourself, Councillor Crowther, but at the same time there is a reality to the options we have in front of us without spending hundreds of millions of dollars.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mike. Hope that answers some of your questions there, Glenn. No further discussion. What I will say is it is good to see that these projects are largely on track and moving forward. Come with complexities when you're dealing with these big infrastructure projects, but take on board the comments of Councillor Crowther. Just want to also say quickly that I think the Rod Taylor, Hautapu Baker social media release on Welcome Bay and 15,000 is probably the best one the council's ever done. Whose ward is it anyway? It was outstanding acting, you two. But on top of that, my barber over in Bethlehem lives over that side on the country roads of Welcome Bay, and it takes 50 minutes or so to get across from that side of town to this. And so I know there'll be a lot of people out there. If the bridge comes up to spec, and we can do this and deliver these projects, we will help the movement of people around Tauranga. So happy now to put, Councillor Morris, you happy to go straight to the vote? All those in, the recommendation is up there. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Item 10.7, page 102 of the agenda, resource and building consents, a 6-monthly update. Welcome, Alex and Sarah. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Alex here today. Steve, as you know, won't be with us for 12 months. He's been seconded to the EPA. So tricky questions, fine to Alex, but not so many tricky questions on BCA function, please. This is part of our regular reporting. We show the continued improvements that we continue to make on both building and resource consent functions. Really great to see timeliness continue to improve. Auditing's a really important part of the system, and making sure we are making the right decisions at the right time. So we've included the results of the excellent results of our most recent IANZ audit for building consent, and the closest that we have really for the RMA auditing process is MFE do an annual report on resource consent functions, and Alex can report on that at the next 6-monthly update. So we'll just take it as read. It's pretty, we've got all the metrics in there and any questions that you have.
Thank you. I'll open the floor to questions of staff. Councillor Roseboom and then Councillor Morris.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the report. Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 32D, talking about accommodation for seasonal workers in the Tauriko Industrial Zone. Having had sufficiently large enough emails about a lot of business owners who want apartments or sleeping arrangements in their current buildings who face predominantly to the outside area, is this going to fill my inbox with more requests for more accommodation if this gets the tick? Because what's good for one should be good for all when it comes to some sort of accommodation inside the business estate.
Thank you, and yeah, through the chair. Probably need to be a little bit careful because the first consent application came in a couple of weeks ago. It was actually returned for being insufficient. I got the heads up this morning that the revised application landed today, so don't want to preempt that process too much. What I will say is it is a challenging consent to get over the line. Accommodation, whether temporary or permanent residential, in any industrial zone is challenging. The Tauriko Industrial Zone particularly so, it's got some pretty strong controls in there. So that'll run through a very thorough process. If it navigates that pathway successfully, it'll do some work to get there.
Supplementary comment. So if this does get over the line, you will have a flood of requests for accommodation throughout the business estate.
Yeah, acknowledged that, and as Sarah's just noted to me, it is a non-complying activity. So again, there is a very high bar Yep.
Thanks, Mr Chair. What are you forecasting in terms of volumes for 26, 27? I know it's future casting, but obviously that'll have workforce implications and want to keep up that or exceed or get better in terms of our statutory timeframe. So what's your feel for the next 12 months?
Unfortunately, feels kind of all we've got. It's a really hard game to try and predict. In the resource consent space, it's very spiky. It sort of goes up and down 1 month, and we think we're seeing the start of a recovery, and then the next month drops off a cliff and it picks back up again. What I have sort of noticed anecdotally is we're probably seeing some signs of green shoots with the style of applications that are coming in, and you'll see in that Para 32 there's a couple of really significant subdivisions for Tauranga, Smith's Farm, as well as the first cab off the rank for the Tauriko West residential subdivision, which got signed off on Monday. So we're seeing something on the horizon. I think Steve noted as well, in the building space, we're seeing a fair bit come in for some of that medium density stuff in the building space, which obviously always follows the resource consent. So we're seeing signs of optimism, but again, it's hard to pick, really.
One more, Councillor Roseboom and then Councillor Kurak, formal.
Just a quick follow-up to your statement about Tauriko residential being signed off on Monday. Was that residential housing or was that the retirement village that was in the paper?
No, this is the residential housing. So it's the subdivision consent for Tauriko West.
The residential housing?
Yes, for classics.
If I can go back to Councillor Rosenboom's question around the accommodation at Tauriko business estate, and you mentioned there are a number of controls, and you sort of put emphasis on that. Are these controls actually different to other areas? I'm thinking of Owens Place, which is a commercial area. Is there something quite specific there that would be a higher hurdle for a developer to cross or to jump?
Without delving too much into the detail, simply because I don't have it in front of me, the city plan that provided, or the plan change that provided for the Tauriko business estate really favours heavy industry in a big way. The Owens Place consent and other ones like it, they have similar barriers to cross as well. There's always some site-specific things which can come into play. And in Owens Place it certainly did, because he had a big box residential next door and it had a history as big box residential. In Tauriko you're looking at, commercial, yeah. By contrast, in Tauriko you're looking at greenfields industrial growth, which is slightly different. There are things they can do to mitigate, a non-complying activity is not a prohibited activity. There is a pathway available there, but it's a very high hurdle to clear.
It is a shame because, through my eyes and perspective, I think it's essential to have provision of that sort of housing to suit a particular market and need in terms of industry, supporting certain industry.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the, you're talking improvement, which is good, but I think when we look at non-financials, we still haven't quite got to the 95% timing from 92, I think it is. We saw in a workshop that we looked at the comparative costs and timing across other councils and Tauranga, and it was something when we started, we were really keen to do some benchmarking. I think from memory it was Hamilton that came out faster and cheaper for a consent than Tauranga. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the question, I think it was posed to staff to talk to Hamilton or whoever it was. Can you just confirm you are talking to other councils and taking in some learnings of how they do things, please?
That information was specifically around building consents, and yes, we do talk to all of our neighbouring councils, but also participate in Metro Council meetings where there's shared information and we compare metrics and learnings. If it would help, we could bring into the next 6 monthly reports some of those cost and timeliness benchmarking compared to other councils. Probably most appropriate to do that with the metros, the big metros that are dealing with the volumes and complexities that we are.
That would be great, because I think we found it really useful just to get that comparison, and it seemed to be a bit of a benchmark for us to be measured against. So yes, please, that would be great.
And
is that an action?
We're happy to.
Okay.
Yeah, come at this next one.
And as a follow-up for the resource consent function, that's what MFE does on an annual basis. So you can go in and actually look at maps across the country, average cost, average timeliness, and that's all available across the whole country.
So now questions of staff are finished, so I now call for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Roseboom, Councillor Kurak, is there any discussion, any debate there? Would you like to speak, Councillor Roseboom? Councillor Kurak? Any other speakers? No? Okay, that being the case, we have in front of us the... So that's all right, it'll come up in a second. The recommendation is up and it's just to receive, so all those in favour, say aye. Those against? None. That is carried. Thank you. Moving on again to item 10.8, page 111 on the agenda, rapidly deployable project endorsement. So invite staff up to the table. Karen and Mike.
Kia ora, councillors. Right, councillors, thanks for having us today. It's been very useful to sit in the room today and listen to some of the other papers that were before us, and what I'm picking up is some themes, and some themes that I think this paper addresses or maybe doesn't address enough. So one of the themes I think is around prioritisation. Is this the most important project? Cost control. Do we have an idea of the costs across our different programs and whatnot, and where does this fit into the wider piece? So I just wouldn't mind just preambling a little bit on this particular paper. This paper is an attempt to try and use our time and money better within a year, and that's really what it's all about. At the moment, it's not going as well as we would like. We're a bit behind, but we've still got some time left to get some things done. And I think what we'd anticipate is in the next annual plan, we'd run this process a little bit more efficiently, a little bit better, and so on and so forth. I think what the rapidly deployable projects give you is an assurance that these are the right projects to do. So they've come through the gate. They've been prioritised in a methodology that in the last paper you've endorsed, and that can be tweaked. And what that does is it enables us to be more efficient as a transport team to deliver things. And I think that's what we're trying to do here as an aim. So with that in mind, this paper is an update to a request that, from a previous paper around what's on the list, what would be the next project in the next part of the list, and so on and so forth. So we're giving you a sense of it, and we're trying to fund these projects and their starting of these projects through savings we make elsewhere. So the behaviours are right and balanced, I guess. That's what we're trying to do anyway. Before I go warble on for too long, I might give over to Karen to say anything.
In addition, Mike, good afternoon, Kia.
Apologies. Adding to what Mike said, these projects are, in addition to being prioritised, are the types of projects that have progressed to a point where design's almost done. There's a strong need within the community. Joyce Road footpath, for example, there's been a petition that's been, we've not been in a position to respond to for quite some time. They do supersede other projects on the list, but it's just because these particular projects have advanced design and are less complex potentially than some of the other projects for delivery. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for that. Good report and good to see some of those key points come across there. But I assume there'll be some questions of staff. Rod and then Rick and then Martin.
Thanks, guys. Great initiative, and I think it's starting to give us a good vision of the stuff that is next on the list, so liking it. Mine's just a little question around item 1, Vale Street Shared Path. Did that include the footpath on Grange Road that was discussed at about the same time? Does anyone recall up by Milton Road there was a crossing, sorry, not a footpath, a crossing?
Through you, the Chair, no. It doesn't include the Grange Road, Milton Road pedestrian crossing. That is still within the pipeline list, if you like. Yep.
Tēnā kōrua. So I'm just looking at paragraph 29. It refers to Maranui Street crossing. Something that I've fielded a few requests around providing a crossing there, and when I say a few, perhaps 4. But I imagine there's demand for that. So what are we saying here? That we close out, you mean of closing it out, like not including it, or close out in terms of deciding to include a crossing proportion? It was part of a larger project in that area, but the crossing alone, what's your thinking around that? Just clarify.
This particular project is associated with the crossings needed at the Maranui Street Sea Spray. That was at Sea Spray. So there is another crossing where we have several requests further down at the retirement village. Through the engagement process with the community and doing further assessment, there were 2 crossings requested to accommodate some of the movements to the shops and for the schools. So this additional cost, there's a bit of an increase in scope of that particular project and closing out a residual started last year. So we're hoping to get, well, not hoping, we will get it completed this year. If that, at the Sea Spray, close to the Sea Spray intersection, correct.
Also thinking about, not outside the village there, but Sandhurst, and there's quite a demand there, given there's a linkage through there. Is that on the drawing board at all to provide a crossing there?
Through you, the Chair, yes. Within the wider pipeline program, Sandhurst is on the list. At the Granada Street intersection, we've recently also received a request amongst several others to do an investigation at Sandhurst and Gloucester. So there's quite a lot of investigation underway, and as we progress, we'll update council with these additional programs and where they sit or projects.
Good to hear that there's some work happening. I can sort of get back to the requesters and say, look, it's not immediate, but we are working on it, right?
Thank you, Chair. Fully supportive of the Joyce Road footpath. Just one quick question around lots of areas in that part of town are on the boundaries between what's zoned urban and what's owned as urban rural. I'm assuming the centre line is down the middle of the road? Because I've got lots of people who want footpaths, but they're zoned urban rural, therefore don't qualify. I'm assuming this is actually zoned urban.
In terms of the, yes, so...
Thank you, that's all I needed to know. Gives me a quick answer to emails.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, then the Mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick one, the pedestrian crossings 2 and Tweed Street, one down the end of where it nearly meets Marine Parade, and the other between Orkney and Campbell. Is that where the existing pedestrian thingamy is in the middle?
Yes. Yes. And,
what's that called?
The pedestrian refuge.
Refuge, that one.
It's
okay.
in that
so it's in that
vicinity,
place.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go back to my comments, we've gone over and over it, but $145,000 for a crossing, you know, the good thing about this paper is it's an opportunity, because we've underspent somewhere else, we can actually do more. And that's still the challenge, is if we can deliver these for less, we can do more. So I guess my question is how, you know, what are we doing? What savings have we found to enable to bring some of these costs down?
We are certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, getting very favourable responses from the market. So we're going out on one occasion, it was something like 20-30% less than the estimate we had indicated. Our focus, though, has also been on looking at value for money opportunities, and most recently we've been undertaking internal design. And in doing so, we have managed to save $85,000 that we would have otherwise had to pay external consultants on. So our focus is definitely on driving value for money and outcomes.
And yeah, I guess just to follow up, again, you know, we're talking Tweed Street, you've got a refuge there. So like, this is what I just don't understand, why we can't paint some lines on the road and put, you know, those lollipops with a nice orange, you know, just the you know, lollipop signs up, and you've got a crossing, and how that could possibly get anywhere close to $145,000.
Whilst Karen pulls out the spreadsheet, just in terms of the traffic control and devices rule, it is the absolute guidance in New Zealand about what you have to do. So our starting point for design comes from that document, which we don't own. It's part of the NZTA's requirements. So standards for these types of things, signs and markings and everything like that, emanate from that, just so that it's consistent around the country. So flowing on from that, you get prices like this that you're seeing. I think the challenge for us as staff is, do we need that? Do we need all of that that's in there? Is there a better way of manufacturing that? Can we get a better price for the things that are required around these particular installations? So there are some opportunities to drive that down, and I think we're definitely open to taking them, but we are driven by a standard that we don't own, in particular with signs and markings and whatnot, because they're controlled by the central government. So that's a challenge for us to face. Do you want to talk about this, Bridget?
It is certainly a significant challenge, and the zebra crossings is potentially not just about the painting, because I can appreciate if we're just doing a bit of painting and 2 lollipop signs. It is, a lot of the cost relates to street connections, power connections, and doing those sorts of things. So we have to, it is a mandatory requirement. We've got a certain standard to meet in terms of street lighting requirements. And that is a time cost issue that is included in the price. It's not the only relevant cost. In addition, we generally look at how we can increase the level of service of footpath connections. So, you know, if it's below minimum standard, we'd look to increase that as well. What I am very happy to do, if you wish, is share with you, commercial in confidence, a breakdown of costs, if that's helpful. I'm happy to do that. Noting that we'll go to tender and get the best price we possibly can.
I would just in terms of that, it would be great. There's 2 on Tweed Street. One's already got the pedestrian refuge, and the other hasn't. And those would be great business, like for us to actually see what we've got. 145,000 quote for them both, and to actually be able to say, okay, what did they cost at the end of it? Because that's, you know, from a business case, just for us to understand that, it would be really useful, please.
Deputy Mayor, no further questions of staff. Thank you very much for your time, and now that is completed, ask for a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor, happy to move. Seconder, Councillor Roseboom. You'd like to speak to that, Deputy Mayor? Not happy not to speak. Councillor Roseboom.
Just a quick note, thanks to staff for identifying some quick and easy projects that we can get done and improve the general environment for the people of Tauranga.
And I see you there, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I just want to support this. I think great to see prioritising money, time, responding to local communities. I know the most expensive project there is going to be well supported in that part of Otamoatai. I think probably for me what jumps out is I tend to agree with Mahe that it just seems an awful lot to stick some paint, even if we are having to comply with a bunch of other things. But I also contrast it with the amounts that were spent on so-called low-cost projects, say, pick a time, but 3 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, and I think we're in a far, far better space. And when I look at all the millions of dollars that got put on things that people actively didn't want, like raised crossings in certain areas, which were incredibly expensive, then I think we're actually looking pretty good in terms of responding selectively with priority to local needs and desires, and not spending a huge amount by comparison.
Thank you, Councillor Crowther. And Mayor Mahe?
Yeah, I support this. I guess this is a good example of what is possible if we can start delivering these projects for less. We can find ways to be more efficient. We'll have more available budget to do more for our communities. So, I'm really supportive around what we're doing here, but, just the continual challenges around that value for money. Let's look at these things and say what is reasonable. And again, $145,000 for a crossing, there's a lot of money. And, if we can deliver that for less, we can deliver more crossings and make our people even safer. So, that's why I keep coming at this and wanting to see changes, is because I want to do more. I want to see the community get more. But the only way we can do that is making our money go further. And to do that, we've got to find, better ways and cheaper ways to deliver the same outcomes.
Oh, that's great. I might just close off. It is good to see. Often, people think an organisation this side doesn't have the responsiveness or the agility, the adaptability to sort of move and be flexible and effectively get more done for the same. So really good to see this. Happy to support it. And with that, I would put this to the vote. The recommendation is up there. You happy not to speak, eh? Thank you. Recommendation is up on the screen. Ask all those in favour, say aye. Those against? There's being none, that is carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 10.9, Haireni Slip Lane Trial Update. And welcome back, Mike. Kurt, floor is yours.
Kia ora, councillors. Sorry, I'm just pulling up a screen here. This particular project has been around since I started, and it has been one of these projects that have been quite difficult to untangle. There's lots of relationships that we did badly and then well in. There's lots of sort of community interest on what is kind of a small project, but it just sort of goes to how important these little things are in amongst the bigger things. So we're pretty pleased to talk about this now. I think we've got it to a space where we're all comfortable that we can move forward. So the 22nd of July last year, we resolved to the council resolved to undertake a 3-month trial. The Haireni Slip Lane was reopened to traffic outside the morning peak. The monitoring during the trial period showed minimal traffic disruption, so from an efficiency perspective, it worked quite well. With not very much speed increases along Haireni Street itself. And then we asked feedback from residents on how the trial was progressing. Of the 41 responses received, about 97% were in support, 1 objecting. And the hapu feedback has been pretty positive after not being positive. So I think we've gained there. So what we're looking to do is to extend this trial until the commencement of the 15th Avenue Welcome Bay works, or the Welcome Bay to 15th Avenue works, so that we can extend the benefit of what's happening at the moment. But it is a caveat. It's that during that project, the future of this trial will need to be decided one way or the other. And that project may have an effect on what happens with that particular piece of the transport system. So yeah, that's really all we have to say. Is there anything you want to add there, Kurt? No. Kurt's here because I don't know the detail, and he ran all the relationships and whatnot, that sort of thing. So when I get myself into hot water, Kurt bails me out.
Is that hand up for a reason? Yes.
It certainly is. So Mike, thank you both for that update, and it's pleasing to hear that it's well supported by the community. They indicated sort of in the longer term, once that the three laning is open, so then it would have to be reviewed again, because potentially the demand off-peak along that route actually might be too high, where the residents start to complain about the volume. Is that the reason for review? Or, because in my mind, can't we just off-peak leave it open moving forward and not have a...
Through you, Mr Chair, all of those options will be reconsidered. So that is one, yes, that can be considered at the time. I think the travel pattern after the works are complete will be quite different. And so I think we should give ourselves the time to understand the problem again, and is it still a problem? So notwithstanding, the feedback from residents through this trial has got to be part of that decision making and the support. So it is a handover into that major project space, but we'll certainly be making sure that the intent that we've delivered through here is carried through into that project, so that we don't make rash decisions around upsetting the community or what's actually happening. The project's got to come up with good reasons why it might change it.
Cool. Thank you.
Hautapu.
Oh, tēnā kōrua. Good to see you, Kurt. Quick question, and it's probably is a question for both of you because it's a semi-technical one, I think. And this is a question on behalf of some of the residents that I've met with in my catch-ups over the last couple of months and prior to Christmas. There's a random cycle slit there where the bus lane merges with the road. Some say that is really a nice to have than necessary or at all complementary to the overall project or transport route. On the basis that we assume that is correct, how do we make sure that future little things like that can slip through the gaps don't happen because there's a compounding financial impact to things like that?
Go first, if you like.
Yeah, I'll just clarify that a little bit. So that cycle slit, so there has always been a painted merge there for cyclists. It's just been an unprotected painted merge. When we did the safe system audit, it was highlighted that because we're now creating a merge of traffic right where that cyclists are intended to cross, even though admittedly the volume of cyclists there is low, we've now added a merge right into that point. So having a refuge style place for cyclists to wait was recommended in the safe system audit, so we took that recommendation on board as part of that process.
And through you, Mr Chair, just to add to that, I think when you're designing a system, you're aiming it at sometimes its most vulnerable users. So the idea with those sort of elements is that someone who isn't that confident in getting across that lane has got a very clear space to wait and whatnot. So particularly with the audit process tests to see whether we've reached a bar in terms of risk. And so that's what keeps us consistent. So, I'd argue that through a consistent audit process that isn't over-egging the omelette, that we have a consistent approach to the same problem all the way around the city. So if that a problem somewhere else, we'd do the same thing. And I think I'm comfortable that our audit process would go into that. If we can save money, then we will. And I think we're demonstrating that we're questioning design decisions that result in extra scope. And I think we'll continue to do that with this council and through these programs. So the line for us is when that auditable process kicks in, then we'd have to disregard it and do something different. And I wouldn't be that comfortable disregarding an audit.
That's cool. You kind of distracted me when you said omelette, but thank you very much for your helpful responses.
Would you like another lunch break? Yeah, okay. No, look, hey, are there no further questions of staff? Well, Councillor, Rick, yes.
If I can squeeze one in, it'd be great. Just in the longer term, with the 3-laning project, I mean, if it does go ahead, fingers crossed, off-peak, will it revert back to 2-lane? With the centre lane just as a safety, Or what's the proposal? Or would it be the whole of the morning 2 in and whole of the afternoon 2 out? I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's a detail I do not know. I'm sorry, I'd have to get back to you on it.
No more questions of staff. I'll ask for a mover. Councillor Baker, seconder. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Baker, quick comment.
Yeah, thank you to staff, especially for prioritising those relationships through this process and obviously being able to gain a bit of goodwill back during that. It was good to be on the ground door knocking with you guys during the initial engagement processes, and kudos to old mate next to me, and I think it was Glenn as well, who kind of drove efficiencies through the capping of the budget, because it's proven to kind of work out well. So, ngā mihi kia koutou.
Thank you, Rod. Nothing? Any further discussion or debate? No. That being the case, I'll put this one to the vote and note that we are approving extending the current trial until construction of the 15th Avenue to Welcome Bay upgrade commences. So all those in favour? Those against? None. That has been carried. Thank you. Moving on to page 133, item 10.10 on the agenda, the 6-monthly non-financial performance report for 25-26. Josh, no, I don't see Christine.
Kia ora, good afternoon everyone. This report presents the 6-month non-financial performance report for Council to December 2025. Take the report largely as read, and as we are the collators and collectors of the information, I'll do my best to answer any questions, but may need to refer them to the subject matter experts.
Open the floor to questions. Yes, Rod.
Thank you. Just as an example, this is obviously not financial, so it's a bit hard to quantify some of these things, but SSP 58, average quality of ride on the sealed road network is measured by smooth travel exposure. How do you measure something like that?
He's just run out. Screen. Oh no, just sitting there.
Sorry, Mike, I'll just go again. I was just trying to work out how we measure some of these things. An example was the one about the quality of ride on a sealed road network. Is that talking about potholes, or is it talking about chip seal versus asphalt? What's the criteria on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we measure, we have a machine that measures effectively the roughness and the bumpiness. So it could be any of those things that creates that, so potholes or whatever. I think, though, the difference between what we measure and what people feel is quite different. I know that in my Mitsubishi Pajero, it's a lot rougher out there than if you're in your flasher car. But what it gives us, though, is an idea of deterioration. So the smoothness is less about a customer experience than it is about a potential for an asset to be worn out. I think that's probably the main point I'd like to make around that. And it's a machine. Even the agency has a machine that runs around the network and uses lasers to understand
the thing. So it's very accurate, but it may not be accurate to what the customer experiences. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question of clarity. SSP 03, number of stakeholder interactions with community organisations. So that's the number of attendees that the community organisations we support are getting? Question mark.
I believe it's through, Sarah.
I think my understanding is it's the number of interactions, not the people attending. And the reason that number is low is just where we are in the year.
So so the intention is that, so community organisations, they have to report to us how many interactions they have. Therefore, I assume they're only reporting to us because they're getting funding.
My understanding is it's the number of interactions that our teams have, whether it's community funded organisations or not. So we will have a number of meetings, or we might organise some specific events with a school, or multicultural events or meetings.
That's what I originally read it as, but then I thought, oh, it actually says number of stakeholder interactions with community organisations. So
apologies, we can get that right.
But I
clarified.
just, if it's the way you thought and I originally thought, are you recording the interactions we have? Because we, between us, have quite a lot.
We do not for that KPI.
And I would have thought that we might be important to you, I don't know.
Yes, of course.
So it would be good to clarify it and see whether...
It would be good to be able to capture that information as well.
Glenn.
Just on the on those measures, I'm just wondering if there's a linkage between the targets and the results, and then the weighting of the projects in the annual plan.
Not to my knowledge.
Are you suggesting, Glenn, that there's more about culture and less funding for culture?
No, through the chair, I guess I was I wasn't suggesting anything really, but where I was going was that we have all these targets, and I'm used to it, particularly with, for instance, public transport for the regional council. And you have a whole lot of targets, and you say whether or not you achieve them, and it's all, it gets recorded, and you have a lot of green, a bit of orange, a bit of red, and then you go on to the next year. But I'm just kind of thinking, if these are the meaningful targets, then when it comes to actually weighting annual plan investments, if there's no linkage other than the fact they're in the outcomes, then I think there's a gap. In other words, we have outcomes. Those outcomes provide a weighting for what we invest in across the city in the annual and long-term plans. But I would have thought there's no point having somewhat isolated targets. Like they're not random, but they're just, there are a whole lot of other things we could measure. And I'm thinking, for instance, just to pick an example, where you have the number of new civic buildings with a minimum Green Star rating of 5 stars, we've gone from 1 to none. I'm kind of thinking, is that even the right? It's not the time now for me to ask this really, but where are we going with this? And it's just to raise that sort of concern, I guess, that when we get to the LTP, we have a real think about how we use our targets, or how we use our outcomes, and incorporate targets and weightings in the LTP and do it together in a joined up fashion.
Hey Glenn, I'm not clear at all what the question was. There a question there of staff?
Yeah, there was initially, and I got the
could
answer.
You go back to that, and we'll just then. A lot of that could have been in the discussion.
I was asked the question, so I I just responded.
It was a statement, Councillor, and we agree with you that the LTP is a good time to make sure that all this is aligned.
Yeah, just to be clear, I only answered it because I thought someone asked me the question.
Okay, thank you, sorry. All right, no further questions of staff by the looks. So thank you very much. And can I ask for a mover and a seconder? I'm happy to move. And Councillor, Councillor Roseboom, since you're closer, second. Yeah, I don't have too much to say. One thing I do note, a couple of things in the outcomes that aren't quite being achieved. Percentage of residents satisfied with the range and frequency of event experiences in Tauranga. So that's something that we have decided is important to us, to hopefully we will see improvement in direction there. Percentage of residents satisfied with the accessibility and quality of Tauranga's arts, cultural and event spaces. So again, accessibility, talking and some of the decisions made today, addressing some of those things in the city centre. And another one, just a timely reminder below of the being close to within 500 metres of a neighbourhood area or an open park. So made some decisions on that today. So yes, happy to move this. Any other comment? There being none, I ask for all those in favour. Those against? No, that is carried. Item 10.11, page 137 on the agenda. Annual Resident Survey 25-26, Wave 2 results. And welcome back.
Thank you, Chair. Wave 2, we have taken on board the feedback from when we presented Waves 1, and hopefully we've captured all of that and incorporated that into the report and the attachment report. It again shows a little lift in performance, and we will be receiving Wave 3 this week and reporting it back to you at the next committee.
Thank you. Any questions? None. Oh, Councillor Kurak, Rick.
Well, if there's no questions around the findings, just a question on how we find the respondents. And from what I read in paragraph 12, so we post out via identifying some addresses in the electoral roll. We post out a whole bunch of offers to participate, and the people who are interested in participating are self-selecting into being part of the survey. So just that in itself, doesn't that pose a bit of a risk that you're only hearing from those that are more inclined to participate in such a survey? And you can think, well, is that the ones that are grumpy with council, or the ones that are happy with council, or do we basically land in the middle? And so it's truly representative of the wider community. I'm thinking, you know, from my perspective, I'd rather it be totally random where we do the offer. I mean, if we go out, say, make random phone calls, it's still self-selecting, because a lot of people say, no, I'm not interested, and, you know, you don't capture the reason why not. But so just around that issue about, you know, who you're capturing, are you comfortable that we're capturing a true representation of the feeling of our community?
Through Chair, in short, yes, because the results are weighted to the census by the research company.
Sorry, expand on that.
So they will receive their results, and they may get more of males, say, for one, but then it will be worked out throughout the year. So once they reach their quota of males, say 18 to 25, then that stops for the year.
Thank you. If I can just follow on from that.
Yes.
It's not the demographic, you know, what do you call it? What's the term scientifically?
Demographically sound survey is what you're after, Councillor
Demographically
Kurak.
sound, that's the term. around the various sphere of demographic measures, age, gender, etc. But I'm thinking about those who perhaps for whatever reason are more inclined to say yes and participate, potentially being the ones that are grumpy with council and say, yeah, I want to let them know. How do you actually measure that? Could there be questions there? You know, in terms of, I suppose, in terms of the responses, you know, you get a good indication about who's grumpy or not. But yeah, and how do we balance that off if you're starting to get too many of those that are grumpy and decide to participate for that reason?
So in, I think it was 2021, we also ran a self-select survey alongside it, which we posted on our website, which allowed those self-selected people, and the results from that were a lot lower than the postal, which I guess would, would indicate that perhaps the people that are self-selecting of the survey may be less grumpy than those that are online and have looked to participate.
Well, maybe I can suggest we just count the number of swear words in the response. Any further, Deputy Mayor?
So just on that, we are going to do a democratically sound survey for the annual plan engagement. If we're paying a company to find 1,000 people that are already tied to our census and from a demographic perspective, is this something we could put to them as well, or can we, you know, it's almost a waste to have two groups of people that are democratically sound across Tauranga. I just wonder, can we combine those in some way, or at least for one round, for one wave, use the same group that we're using for the annual plan, because that's 1,000, we're trying to get 1,000, not 151, democratically sound selection.
Sorry, just through the chair, just to clarify your question, you're saying can we use the resident survey people to ask the same questions that you want?
Can we ask the same that we've asked the residents on your survey of this other 1,000, or is it a really substantial, how long are people expected to take to answer the survey?
This one or the
Your
one?
one. This one.
I think it takes between 20 minutes and half an hour.
Okay. I'll take that offline.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you. Great answers so far. I'm just interested in the on page 138. There's the results and then the net scores. For instance, overall performance 47%, net score 20%. What changes on the 47? But it's presented. There's two issues there. One is, to me, the net scores are more important. I think Prime Minister Luxon would probably agree with that, the way the media have responded, and but also the percentage increase. When you look at, and I'll use the example of a political poll in the paper, you don't sort of go, you know, Hipkins or Luxon are up by 6.8%. You go, they're up by 2% or whatever 3% here or whatever it is. You don't sort of calculate the percentage based on the other. And I'm just thinking, what are we really trying to show there? And specifically, I suppose, is there a way we could, on page 140, where there's the results from 2014 through to 2026, missing out the unelected commission, is there a way we could put net scores in another table and just have that? Because I guess where I'm going is that in all those issues, the answer to me would just to come out and just say, here are the net scores for everyone. Here are the direct comparisons for each of those years on net scores. Here's the actual increase in the last year, well, so far, year to date, as a number, not as a percentage of the previous one, and then do exactly what you've got with the page 140. You can still keep those ones as well, but I just think to not do that analysis with the net scores, to me, takes away the most helpful information as a governor.
Again, was there a question
So
there, Councillor Crowther? I think a lot of this is discussion for in the debate.
Can you do, well, I'm trying to
Please
find
give us a
out,
question.
you know, because it is complex, it's inherently complex, and it's like...
Yeah, just one second, Councillor Crowther. Just one second, Glenn. Glenn,
Yep.
just all I want to say is I'm perfectly happy to hear your opinion. If you're giving opinion about it versus asking questions for clarity, and then when we move to a motion, be more than happy to hear your opinion and debate and discussion. Just if we can get to a question for the staff would be really good.
Yeah, sorry. The question is really like we've outlined that before. I was trying to recap what we've said in the past because we were told that it was that what we wanted was being incorporated, but to me that's what we'd said we wanted. And do we have to put it into a resolution around that, or is it possible to actually have a replication of Table 2 based on net scores and using the different change numbers that don't, if you like, exaggerate the change in either direction? That's the question.
Potentially, yes. We would just have to go back and check our historical data to double check we can calculate the net scores, because there may have been a period where it only presented the satisfaction rating. So if I can take that offline and check it for you.
Yeah, thank you. And should we put that in a resolution, or can that just be through staff? I don't want to make more work, but I also don't want to have to raise it again in a future meeting.
I'm happy if it goes as an action for now, Glenn, and then you see what comes back. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good.
No, nothing from you, Mahe?
I think just put it in perspective, you know, there's 150 odd respondents. The most important thing is the trend, and we'll keep watching it. I think this is useful to us to judge our performance, but I think it's hard to read too much into an individual wave. You know, it's those trends over time that we're really looking for, and just understanding, you know, the numbers, etc.
Any other discussion or debate? I'm happy, agree with what the Mayor said. So if we're happy, we will bring that up. It's just to receive. All those in favour? Those against? None. That is carried. Thank you. Brings us to the last of the open agenda items. The late item, the Te Manautaki Otupapa landscaping report. This can be found. Huh? It's in the supplementary agenda. And yeah, pretty sure it's public. Yes, everyone's nodding. It's public.
Yeah,
just give you a bit of
confidential attachments. But
the attachments are confidential, but this paper is in open. Welcome, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I intend to take the report as read, just provide a very quick few comments and summary. As you're aware, Council requested staff to come back and report on options and opportunities to reduce the costs of the landscaping involved at Stage 3, which is the Site A precinct, and Stage 4, which is the Willow Street landscaping upgrades. And the report outlines the options and opportunities which have been presented and which have come about as a result of a staged value engineering process, and as you're aware, been the subject of a number of workshops The recommendations outlined in the report have been endorsed by the Te Manawa o Te Papa Board. And in addition, we were asked to provide some information, further information about the civic whare roof and the planting on the civic whare roof. The report does that, both in terms of the original design intent behind having a green roof on the civic whare, in short being the essence of that building being the heart of the precinct and it being grounded within the whenua. It also outlines the two options which are currently on the table, being planting of 100% of the roof or planting of 50% of the roof. And a query was asked about the OPEX costs associated with those options. You'll see in there that we've gone away and found that information. Estimated costs of maintaining the full 100% roof is around $494 a month, and only a small savings if it's 50% of the roof, around $50 to $100. And obviously that's due to the fact that someone still needs to go up onto the roof and carry out the maintenance. So really it's just a little bit of extra time while they're up there to carry out that maintenance. The roof is designed as a low maintenance option, so it's expected that whilst in the early months you may need to be up there once a month, that's likely to decrease over time, and it's likely that you're up there less than once a month. I think that's probably all really from me. Just happy to table the report and answer any questions.
Oh, I know we had a good session on this the other day, but if there are any questions, now's the time to ask them. I knew we'd have one. Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you for coming back with those OPEX costs. Just wanted to cover it off because it obviously like $1,000 a year. You sort of go for a council, it's neither here nor there. But in terms of the bigger OPEX cost potentially could be if there's any implications for the life of the roof and all that sort of stuff. So has that been factored in, that there's no other significant difference other than spending another $1,000 a year of ratepayers' money? That's basically the difference in order to get a more comprehensive roof, green roof. So.
Yes, there is no other difference. As I say, and you're right, in terms of warranty periods and things like that on planting, there's certain requirements to maintain it to certain standards and be up there for a certain number of times early on. But as I say, it's designed as a very much low maintenance pillow system, it's called, of living roof. It's not soil, it's a pillow system, hence the sort of upfront capex cost, but it's designed to be low maintenance going forward throughout its life.
Thanks for the clarity.
Deputy Mayor, yes.
Thank you. So just on that, can you just confirm that the person who is going on to do the planting roof maintenance doesn't have to have any safety equipment with them? Is that just some, how does that get managed, please?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we've designed the roof to have accessible access. We've designed it with facilities teams. We've designed the roof to have safe access. There is access controlled access and a safety from falling measures on the roof. We have designed it with the facilities team, with the input from facilities.
And so some of the photos show that the plantings start coming down the wall. They will need to be trimmed and maintained. How would they be done within the $494 a month?
I think the OPEX cost that you were presented was for the actual roof of the whare. There wouldn't necessarily be any planting overhanging. We do have gardens around the base of the civic whare.
Wasn't that the photo we saw we did see that the planting is, that's quite a big part because it was just planting on the roof, but the photos from the workshop were definitely showing that we were covering the wall. It was like a lovely green addition, living wall almost, living edge of roof.
I do believe the living wall is different to the actual roof planting on the civic whare, which was the option we were comparing.
Are we able to get the photo up? I know how much just getting a gardener in to do a miniature part of a garden, so $4.94 a month seems really light to me, and so I'm just concerned that it hasn't quite picked up all the costs.
One benefit is that we could hold our city ops team to that number, couldn't we? So,
But yeah, and just to clarify, that number relates to the square meterage of the roof on top of the civic whare. The other planting around the rest of the precinct will be part of a process of working through between now and tender stage with the city ops team, deciding what that looks like, maintenance costs going forward, capex costs and things like that. So this number does just relate to the pillow system on top of the civic whare.
So that is good. Just a question from me then. It's probably this is so that's a 450 versus 500, 50% versus 100, just for that. So law of unintended consequences. We only do half of the roof. More of the roof is exposed. Is there any opinion on what other costs would then be associated with having exposed roof that we need to paint or clean or whatever? Because we could easily eat that $50 up, I would have thought.
It will be quite minimal, and it would just be maintaining your roof membrane as normal.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff? Appreciate the really short time you turned this around for us. Really happy to have it on the agenda today. Any other questions of staff? There being none, I would like to ask for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Taylor has moved, and I have a seconder. Councillor Rolleston.
Sorry, I'd like to move.
And yeah,
option
what
C.
exactly would you like to move?
Option C.
So we have a mover of option C, which is to proceed with the full roof planting. Do I have a seconder for option C? Councillor Rolleston. Okay, Councillor Taylor.
To me, there's a vision for this as a design. A lot of work's gone into it, and I think we've probably been a little bit cheap just trying to save a little bit of money that, to me, detracts from what will be a pretty fantastic looking building. So that's around the roof planting, obviously. The rest of it, again, someone's done a lot of work on the design. They've come back to us with some options that have reduced the project cost by a significant amount, 4.85 million, which I think is a great saving given where we're at.
I'll speak now. Yeah, I endorse this. One, well done on coming back with significant savings. Well done on coming back really quickly with the instructions. I think, you know, the difference is in the context negligible. It's a big centre place of our revitalisation of our CBD. So I think really we're, pardon the pun, Steve, we're getting into the weeds if we start saying should there be so much cover on there and is it going to cost this much to trim it? I think in the context, yeah, that's why I'm supporting this motion.
Councillor Roseburn.
Thank you very much, Chief. No, I support this purely from the point of view that once just after we got elected, we signed off on going ahead with this project. All this was in that project. Definitely supported those who wanted to bring back the landscaping option to us to ensure that it was affordable, had a good critique on it. We reviewed it and we've reduced the cost of it, but overall we pretty much accepted the total cost when we signed off on the whole project. But around the project and how it is being perceived by the public, we need to be very aware that our designers, landscapers, don't take too much artistic liberties in putting up the drawings at a conceptual stage that become the drawings that are used for the whole project. We need to show, at a certain point, we need to show the completed project, what's actually going to look like so that people can see what the finished project will look like when we finish. so they don't turn up on the opening day we say it's finished, and they come in and say, well, that's not what the picture looks like. We need to be very careful what we actually project on our website, that the people see what the finished project looks like. So we should by now have the completed imagery on all our media releases, so that people can see what it's actually going to look like when we actually finish, and say, this is it, Tauranga, this is a finished project.
Mayor Mahe.
Look, I am happy to support this overall. I acknowledge the savings that have been made in this project. However, I'm not entirely happy with the process. I think, it's been a little bit clunky, and we haven't been delivered what we've asked on a number of occasions, which has been a wee bit frustrating. I accept where we've got to now, and we kind of just have to suck it up. But we gave 12 months ago, we gave a direction here around the wanting to do this differently, and being able to find this money, and we've sort of been pressured into time at the end because the actions haven't been taken, or the opportunities not looked at as hard as I would have liked to see. I acknowledge around what we're going to get. I think there was still some further options we could have done, but I'm happy to accept where we've got to. But I think going forward, we want to see things done differently, and we want to see the opportunities, and this involved having to go outside the delivery mechanism, because the delivery mechanism was unable to deliver what we asked for, and that I think is unacceptable. And we expect when we send a message that we're actually delivered what we ask for, and so that's my I guess want going forward. I still I hope that this does come in under budget. I hope that the direction that I've been given, that they've looked at every line and under every rock, and there isn't another dollar they could save. I'm sceptical about that, but we'll see how it's delivered, and hopefully the tenders come in below budget.
Thank you, Mahe. Councillor Glenn Crowther.
Thank you, Councillor Kevin Schuler. I'm staying away today, so I don't pass on bugs, but I wonder if I'm still feeling a bit off, because I'm planning to vote in favour of the resolution for Te Manawa o Te Papa, and it's actually quite a thrill to be able to do that after not having supported the big spend up in the initial resolution on this CWM. I think the staff have done some good work. Thank you to Graham and the staff for that. And I think, Mahe, you have sort of led the charge on this to get those costs down. I think it's a good success to basically cut $5 million out of the project that would have otherwise been spent. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that it was harder going than I would have liked. Not so much internally, but I think our partners didn't exactly make it easy. And I think we've got to quite a good point here. I do obviously have regrets that we didn't do a bit more of this earlier on with the bigger project, because there was far, far more money at stake then. But I think the fact that we can save $5 million at this stage is a significant amount of money. And I think hopefully there'll be a lot of, what do they say, a lot of learnings from this, so that that people working on other projects will understand this is the kind of thing we're looking for on the big picture projects, not just on the landscaping, but on scoping and designing all the projects we're involved with.
Thanks for those comments, Glenn. Look, including myself, who supports this, that's 6. Are there any other opinions otherwise? Because if not, we're happy to put this to the vote now. Okay, so if we move to, is that up on the screen? There's no, we are going with option C. I can't actually read that from here. I can't. Right, I'll just give you a second to read that, and we'll then go to the vote. And yeah, thank you to staff, and yeah, working, acknowledging that there is difficulties right through this intentions, but, you know, we've effectively saved 20% of the budget, so that is a very good outcome. So with that, I will put this to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you very much. Well done. That brings us to the end of the open agenda. So now I just need to call for a mover and a seconder. Thank you. Call for a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor and Mayor seconding to move into public excluded. Thank you. Thank you, staff. We're there. We'll make it.
Just need a few minutes.
Just need a couple of minutes before we click across.